muted.
That the audio is not getting through.
That would mean thank you so much. Look at that. Thank you so much.
I can't believe how many times I have to tell you you're muted on a Zoom meeting, by the way.
I think we're good now. There we go.
Well, that was...
So we got to start over.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we got to start over.
No.
Yeah, we got to start. Nothing went through. Nothing went through. So we're going to...
No, that was lightning in a bottle,
No,
man.
we're starting over.
You know, nobody's ever going to know now.
No, watch this.
There's no way to recreate
Watch this. Oh, yeah, watch me.
Okay, take one.
Take one. Take one. This is take one. This is why you don't get tapped out before your podcast. Learn your lesson. I won't. I'm going to get mine.
Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Don't tell me how you're off and down. When you're smiling in my face, but you play me like a clown and you fool bitch. So just step back. I'm mad that when I come down. I thought you were my piece, but you play me out. Now I'm mad as hell, and I'm full of doubt. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty, let's roll. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with?
Smokers Club.
Let's roll.
Yep.
I'm back on the scene, it's time to get mean. I'm a lean, revolution machine. Won't want people
kids like our song.
They sway. 1, 2 day is good as any day. Y'all feel slightly this, let's resist. Raise your fist and pump like this. Promises all the time. Don't cross the line, but you know it's right. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty, let's roll. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty, let's roll.
So it's Thursday. We're out here in Trenton. I'm excited. Jim's excited. New Jersey Smokers Club in the house. Woo!
Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty, let's roll. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with?
I get to do this twice.
Let's roll.
I help you.
What was the question I asked you? I'm kidding.
Long gone.
I know the question. Why are we here after 10 long years? Why are we here? Why are we here? Why are we here after 10 long years? Why are we here? Why are we here after 10 long years?
Who you wanna roll with?
Because cannabis ain't legal. Cannabis. It's not legal.
Who you wanna roll with?
You still go to jail for cannabis.
Let's roll. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Who you wanna roll with?
Yeah, it's Thursday. Welcome to the Trenton State House. Beautiful day out here. We're in the shade. We're happy. We are happy. And we get to do this for the first time right now. Hey, Jim, why are we still here after 10 long years? Asking you for the first time today.
Yeah. Well, home grow, it's the last hurdle. For both adults and patients, but I'm here all about patients. I mean,
I care about patients. They're going to make $1 billion this year on recreational cannabis, and they can't even have wheelchair ramps to dispensaries. So, yeah, there's a disconnect here in New Jersey.
Yeah.
But, yeah, home grow, no insurance coverage, no price caps. But, yeah, home grow. Why are cancer patients going to jail for 5 years for one plant when they're making $1 billion off that?
Well, that is what they risk. It's that when they try to improve, like for instance, home grow, there's just no interest in the legislature right now. There's other things going on, and they're not going to be back in session till November. They're going to be out of session after like 4th of July
November.
next week. Yeah.
Wow.
You know, so there isn't a whole lot really to do except for to sort of show off and be that fly that's in the middle of her back that can't quite reach.
Well, they have other jobs, most of these guys. This is a part-time,
Yeah, it is.
so
Actually, technically, it is part-time job.
I guess you can't expect them to be here all day, every day, all year.
Yeah, well, they cheated us. They took Thursday off this week. What's up with that?
I thought they rescheduled something for today. Let me look at the thing here. I thought they. Let me check. They did a lot of shuffling around this week. I know that.
Well, it is the end of their session, and they have they get the state budget in order by state constitutional provisions. Must happen July 1st. So they just, it actually, it might be there's no way that we've been able to put pressure they understand on them. You know, they can just turn away. But to keep a bill from being heard in committee, you know, one man, for almost 3.5 years, that's the objectionable part. It's not about getting home grow for patients. It's about the bill that would do it being allowed to be heard. So they got what I don't know what you call it, but if they say there's no will in the legislature to do this, there shouldn't be a will. They haven't heard the bill yet. Why would they have an opinion of it? How about let the bill be heard in committee, and then people from both sides of the issue come testify. People from both sides of the issue who are legislators ask questions in real time. That's how you sort shit out, you know? But they don't want that to happen, and they don't want it for a reason. It's a bill that would pass. Now, the fact is New Jersey is an outlier state. You know, basically everybody else who has medical cannabis law patients can grow. It started out with New Jersey being the 14th state to legalize medical marijuana back then, and the first to do it without having home grow provisions for its patients. And now we're the outlier state. I think Delaware may have slipped down this slope too, so not a 100% outlier, but nonetheless, that it allows adults to possess and consume, but not to grow. And all other states that allow adults legalization for them, for adults over 21, they pretty much most states allow adults to grow. So New Jersey, obviously, it's about money for adults. You know, they're going to get a lot of money coming in, and Senate President says, well, for adults, no way at all. Not going to happen. We got to get this program up and running first. And I'm like, yeah, that's what patients are 15 years ago. But nonetheless, that's what he's doing. The problem is the patient bill isn't being heard, because if it was and it started to get legs, then adults go, what about us? And that's what he doesn't want to happen. So he wants to keep everybody a little bit out of the game, but playing hardball with patients too, because adults are sitting back on, well, hell, they won't even allow patients to have it. You know, why am I going to make an effort? You know, and it, by and large, you know, the outcry diminished quite a bit in the last 2 years. So anyway, yeah. Patients, they're not able really to fight back. They don't have proper lobbying tools like everybody that might not want that to happen does.
Patients are sick. They're just happy to have keep a meal down sometimes, or have a decent bowel movement, or just be alive. Sometimes it's just happy to be alive. They ain't got time for this shit. But I got all day for this. As you can see. You know what? There was a thing in the Bible about the tenacious widow.
I didn't read it.
It was interesting because this widow, back in the day, they had a moving court. The court would move around in a tent, and you'd have to petition the court to hear your case. Usually have to grease the judge or have a man testify. But she was a widow, so she had no man to testify for her to get her a seat for the judge, or money. So she would follow this judge around. The persistent widow would follow this judge around for years, just kept going, kept at him, find out where he is, kept at him. Finally, the judge is like, just give this woman what she wants. Just give her what she wants. She's been bugging me for years. Just give her whatever she wants. And she got what she wanted because she was persistent. Very persistent. It's a parable. It's one of Jesus' parables.
Yeah.
And I just read it the other day, and I'm like thinking about that. I'm like, you know what?
How long
we're persistent as F out here.
This is the 10th year having podcasts from the State House.
We are making a difference, but it's not fast enough for me. I tell you that.
No,
Ain't
it's not
fast
enough for Jeff Oakes.
Not fast enough for all the people that died from cancer, people that are suffering from MS, people on their deathbed right now that can't even go on Zoom, can't even take part in Zoom meetings anymore because they took the Zoom away from the disabled. Oh, you didn't think Zoom was for the disabled? Oh, well, let me tell you, for years, disabled people were asking for online school, online church, online counsel, online everything, online work. And for 19 months, disabled people got all those things, but you gave it to the healthy people so they wouldn't become disabled. So then after 19 months, you took all that stuff away from the disabled. And there's a process for doing that. And they didn't follow any of that. So you should probably sue every town that took away their Zoom access. Actually, there is some lawsuits in the works, actually. And I think Saraville is going to be one of them. Because I went to Saraville's meeting on Zoom. It said Zoom. I said, oh, there's a Zoom access to Saraville. I go there. I put my hand up. Somebody lowers my hand. Put my hand up. Somebody lowers my hand. I kept putting my hand up, and somebody lowered my hand for 15 minutes. I'm playing patty cake with somebody on the council. Now, the excuses we hear about these Zoom meetings are, we don't have the technology anymore. We don't have the personnel. We don't have the money. Well, Saraville has all that. They have Zoom. They have somebody sitting there playing patty cake with me. She can easily let me speak and exercise my First Amendment right. But no, she wants to play patty cake with me and say, nah, you can't speak. You're a disabled person. You can't speak. That's ableism. That's disgusting. I'm disgusted. So I'm going to go to Saraville next. Actually, El Rampador is going to Saraville next week, and he's going to raise some hell next week or whatever it is. I'm pissed.
Yeah. Well, actually, the bad part of what we do, you do, and I help you do occasionally, is that you want to start out in a good mood, and but you can't be in a good mood and do what you have to do. You can't. You're not in a good mood now. You're angry. Yeah,
let me do it.
But that
more than that.
But that's that could be a vicious cycle right there.
It's a very happy cycle for me.
No, I'd say bad. You throw a curveball, somebody's gonna say that's nasty. That's good.
I enjoy activism.
Vicious. I'm
not really angry. I just I get excitable.
Well, you have to do that though. Damn, you end your podcast with memorializing
all our friends,
dozens of people that died before this is, and to me, really, let it be grown. When you can finally grow this, it's. But I'm convinced we're taking it from the wrong direction. The fact that we are the outlier state is, what are we being saved from in New Jersey, both with adults not being able to talk about it with legislators because they will refuse, nor patients being taken seriously from when a bill's been written that has got bipartisan support for 3.5 years. It's just not getting taken seriously. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be an answer sometimes, except keep showing up. But what's up? Distracting me.
Did we lose our signal again? What happened? I can't tell what happened here.
I'm not a good tech guy. I can't help.
Oh, this is not good. We got the ball of death here.
I don't know what that means.
We are off the air. Definitely off the air. We are definitely off. Well, maybe we're not off the air. I don't know. Let's see.
I feel so helpless.
I know. What's going on here?
No, I wouldn't know what's going on even if everybody else did.
Oh, shoot. It looks like we're still live. But we have no control here. We lost all our control. That's crazy. My computer locked up. That's what happened. My computer locked up. Look at that. This is not good.
Well, now I know that could happen.
No. I lost channel 2 and I lost my computer today.
You got a horn honk.
We got a horn honk. If you can hear us, my computer's down. So I can't tell what's happening here right now. I may have to,
I couldn't be of less help with anything as I am with this.
See, it looks like we're live. Looks like we're live here.
Why is there motion? Okay, well, I'm leaning over towards you.
Well, that's... Okay, StreamYard. All right, so StreamYard link is still up. So if I... All right, technically, if I do this... oh, boy, I have to log out. I got to reboot. Let me see if I can join join StreamYard. Hold on. Let me join the meeting here. Let me try doing that. Let me... let's see. Let me do it here. Let's see if this works. Oh, but I have to... Oh, shit. Open in Safari. I'm trying. Oh, they can hear us. Okay, no video, but they can hear us. That's interesting. This is crazy. Let's try this. I'm going to try to enter StreamYard from the back door here. No comment on that. I'm trying to get into StreamYard as a guest. Entering the studio. Yes. And then I can reboot the computer. Enter studio.
I concur.
Okay, see, the host can only add me now. Oh, we're going to have...
Aren't you the host?
All right, now let me reboot this.
You may reboot this.
Restart. Oh, boy. So we may have to do a third take, Jim. How about that? Take 3. Take 3.
No, this is whenever we're having our
I don't know what happened.
we're having our Friday band practice. It's always take 1. If it doesn't say take 1 first, it means it was take 1.
My computer's acting up here.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, man.
It wants me to shut it down. It's
That's
not
it.
happy. It won't reboot.
You know.
It's still up. I think it's still. Oh wow. Okay. So we don't have a camera. What happened to the camera? Why are we having issues with a camera now? Why am I having all these crazy issues? This is nuts, bro. We have no camera. Makes no sense. That makes no sense. How about now? Okay, there's our camera. Get our camera back. Oh, wow. All right, I hope you all can hear us. Okay, yeah, they could see us and hear us now. I'm glad we didn't get knocked off. We still have the same stream up. That cop was flying.
Yeah. I think he waved.
He did honk. No, I'm kidding.
He honked
didn't
while
honk.
he had his siren going. Yeah.
All right, so I don't know what they saw online, but they definitely heard us. They definitely heard us. So none of that went wasted.
Well, to be honest,
The only thing that's wasted is me.
to be honest with you, I just acted as if they could, because that's always the best thing to do. I don't have to think back and think, what the hell did I say? Holy shit. Yeah.
And let's say what happened on Instagram. Do we die on Instagram? I think we.
Oh, I have no. You know,
I think
you
we're-
couldn't
yeah,
have
we
more
lost
of a
it.
tech dinosaur sitting next to you if you looked around.
Instagram. I think it says we're live on Instagram, but I don't see it anymore. Okay.
Oh.
All right, we're live on Instagram somewhere.
Oh.
I can't find it, but we're there.
Oh.
And we're on YouTube apparently, and I guess we're still on Facebook, so we're good.
Uh huh.
All right. I'm sorry about the housekeeping there, but I don't know what happened there. I had to reboot the computer. And luckily, we kept our page on StreamYard, so we jumped back in our
Oh,
meeting.
that was lucky.
That was...
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm doing.
No, it was impressive that you found a workaround at all. I was starting to think, what am I going to do like real soon as we pack up because you can't get this going.
Look, I got Lefty in the room. I'm kicking him out. Here, look at Lefty's here.
Yeah. Well, it's a sleepy day in Trenton. They do have stuff going on, though.
A lot of construction.
Yeah.
They're building Murphy's security building.
Really?
Yeah. Remember when Chris Christie used to drive up and we used to see him and he'd walk past us?
Hard to forget.
Yeah, those days are over. He's going to pull into a back door or a security thing, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's the end of those fun days.
Well, for him specifically, but other legislators passing by has always been a strong suit of being here, and not likely to happen today. But over the years, that's so depressing to even say, though. Over the years. Over the 10 years, we haven't been successful at ending this shit once and for all. We're outgunned.
November. We got to wait till November now? They keep making us wait.
So are we starting over? Is this like the the third take one?
No, we're good. We're good. We just had a blank spot in there of video.
Take one.
Say, this is still take one, bro. Yeah, we're good.
It's always take one.
It's always take one. Always. Even when it's take three.
It's almost like there's a few pieces missing, and then there's a few more pieces in the way. And like back in the day, you pick somebody out and make an example, you know, without breaking the law, being creative, and try to get others to pucker a little when they see it, just a little, you know. And of course, I've been arrested 3 times on purpose, making a point. But
3 times.
yeah, you had a pretty good record. No, not really. But, you know, basically every time I got arrested, I got way more press coverage. You know, I mean, that was always the point. And that everybody loves an arrest, especially when they know what's going to happen and they're there. And if it involves somebody that can only move her head and her shoulders a little bit, oh, they're sure to come. You know, so bring Cheryl for a bait. And first time when we didn't get arrested was here. And then the second time, we did get arrested, but they couldn't get rid of us quick enough. And then in Washington, they learned the third time, they arrested me first. So when they asked Cheryl, can we help you get back in your wheelchair, because she was laying down in a congressman's doorway on a sleeping bag. And what are you going to say? Yes. I mean, she's laying there and there's 15 people around her. I'm not around anymore. Get dragged away by my heels, you know, bye. And she said yes, and that was consent to leave. So they finally had me without her. And then, of course, at a George Bush rally back here in New Jersey. But each time, and seriously, how seriously do we expect somebody to take us if they just take us to be if all they got to do is just turn away? And you've been to Scutari's office a time or two, but we need to get creative. Need to be good potheads.
I protested his office because he had no wheelchair access for many years until he moved his office.
Ah.
Because he just doesn't care about the disabled.
Well,
what other answer could there be? If he cared about the disabled, every dispensary would have wheelchair access. That would be his baby. He would take all the dispensaries under his wing and say, okay, you're all going to be compliant with the ADA, and even more so, you're not going to grandfather yourself in. If you're an older building, we don't care. You're going to get wheelchair access. We don't care. If you're a dispensary and you're serving sick people, you need to have wheelchair access. But Scutari didn't do that either. Neither did Murphy. None of them did. They let this happen. They let this fester. Now there's a huge wave of ableism going through every dispensary in New Jersey. And we're out here plugging the holes in the dam with our fingers. When the CRC can stop the flow of ableism with one stroke of the pen, they could end the flow of ableism to all dispensaries. I hope they do it.
Yeah, that's all you can do. I hope the CRC, you can't exactly do anything about it. And it's not just really the governor and Scutari. It's any legislator can petition for this to happen. Any legislator can have a bill. Any legislator can go to their caucus and say, let's get this done. I mean, it's... I don't know. I can't get into somebody's head that I don't understand. I just know that it's, in my opinion, we got to start finding the sore points that are easy to hit, and push buttons a little harder. I'm choosing my words carefully.
Want to push their buttons?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been 10 years keeping tabs on them here, but
they don't seem to care.
Well, then you got to boil it down to like 2 specific people and make a point, you know. And Jesus, it's not even hard. There could be a petition. Doesn't do anything other than get people together. It's a way of gathering people together. But you know, nobody's even done that. Where's the bandwagon?
Where's the bandwagon? Where's the cavalry? Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it feels like that sometimes. You're not leaving, are you? Well, yeah, I would have thought we'd had would have had some people show up and say hi by now. It's an incredibly casual day here today. I hear it in my voice.
All right, so I'm going to roll a big fat blunt. All right? Does anybody have a problem with that? Okay, good.
No, I don't have a problem with that. I wasn't going to have any more dabs, I can tell you that.
All right, well, a big fat blunt is in the works.
Yeah.
I'm going to use this clamshell roller, which makes a nice conish blunt. It's pretty amazing. I love it. And let's see, what are we smoking here? Super Boof. We have Super Boof. We have Maui Jack. Maui Jack. Woo! Oh, yummy. We have Sticky Ricky. My friend's birthday, Ricky was yesterday. His birthday was, and I'm like, I got to get this for your birthday. So I got it, and we can smoke that. Oh, I got. What the hell is this?
I don't want any. What the hell is this?
What the hell is that?
I'd put that below Sticky Ricky.
Oh, Cap Junkie. Cap Junkie. That's a fun one.
And that's when I was 25, I would have gone for what the hell is this first.
What the hell's that? Oh, I know what it is. Super Silver Haze. I got the head stash of Super Silver Haze. Somebody gave me their head stash of Super Silver Haze.
Aren't you supposed to do a little...
I would dance if my back felt well, but it doesn't. I did too much today.
Well, I'm not going to do the dancing for you.
Can you dance for me? Because I can't.
No, actually, I used to be a really good chair dancer. I mean, I could dance with the best of them when I was sitting on a stool. I had moves.
So let's do this. Oh, lovely. I have a grinder in here somewhere. Let's see. Okay, get the grinder. I could show you what I'm doing. Actually, I could do this. Here, check this out.
How can you do that?
This is fun. This is why we have the second camera. Do this.
Oh. That's some old school, new school technology. I don't know what to call it.
Okay, we got a good look there. So, whoops, wrong side. Pop this open. Throw the Super Silver Haze in there.
Super Silver Haze?
Super Silver Haze.
Okay, whatever.
Hey, you want to smell something nice? This is going to smell wonderful. Very sativa-ish. Yeah. I know, right?
Yeah.
It's good. This is yummy. Don't ask me the fathers and mother. I don't know, but somebody on the internet will tell you, oh, it's this one, it's this strain mixed with this. Because they all know. I don't know. I can't retain that much information on the strains. I know that I need to know the terps. The terps is what I need to know.
Again, I'd be last in that class as well. I do know that smelled like really fresh.
We have a clamshell roller. Hey, what's up, my man? How are you?
Talking about hazes.
Yes, sir.
That's some Cuban black haze right here.
Cuban. Oh, I like that Cuban black haze. Hold on.
Oh, wow.
Smell that?
And I got some.
Yeah, I had some of this, man. This is great. I just had some of this. Yes.
Ooh,
Yes.
look at that.
That's okay. Yeah. What's that one?
That's
Super Boof? I got the Super Boof here too.
yeah, I just heard.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, man.
Oh. You grew this too?
Everything I got over here.
Oh. Oh. You should interview our friend here, our new friend.
Man.
Wow. Is that New Jersey? No. New York? PA.
That's
Right on.
Yeah.
Wow. Love it.
Yeah, if smelling could get you high. it'd be
Woo!
pretty
Yeah,
high.
if smelling could get you stoned, that would be That'd be ripped. Oh boy. What did I do with that other blunt? Did you see the other blunt that was going around? Can I see that? I actually need the filter out of that thing.
That's a stick. Oh,
No.
blunt. Was that a joke? Here, have a blunt.
I might have them. I might have No, I have to find that blunt. Did we throw it away on the floor? We wouldn't do that.
No, there's that.
That's what I need.
Oh,
Who did that?
I didn't. Of course, you got videotape. You could go back and
gonna
say
look and
there was
find out.
nobody else there but Jen.
Who ruined the filter?
I don't know. Let's take a
You
look.
ruined this
Let's
filter.
take a look
Wait,
around
here.
and say the culprit's probably within 8 feet. It
Wait.
would be me.
Let me go back to FaceTime here. I mean the.
Anything goes wrong with me today, it's your fault anyway. So I have kind of
Filter.
special dispensation to screw up all I want.
It was bent. It was all bent and.
You don't go take a little. It looks just like I got a little water bong myself, the same size as that. It just looked like a really special bowl, and it wasn't lit. And well, it could be all sorts of things, but I didn't think it was a dab. And it's the kind of dab that if you feel it at all going in, it's already too late. And you know me after all these years. And you didn't just let it happen. You instigated it.
I did you.
Yeah. It's one of the only things that somebody can get away with instigating, because like how you gonna get real mad like 2 minutes later, right?
No, you're supposed to thank him.
No, I did
Thank you.
have one or two more, but it's
You
everything.
expected weed, though.
Everything was breaking as it was. I mean, I couldn't be more inept at helping with anything technical.
That was crazy. Everything
Yeah.
went wrong.
I'm kind of like a sidekick,
I thought I was the sidekick.
No,
I want to be the sound guy. I'd be happy being the sound guy.
I would be happy to be the sound guy, but unless you need somebody to shout something out loud for you, that's the only sound guy I could be. I can't help that. I'm here for you today, though. I still got some coffee, still got that, and
I didn't get my coffee. Got tea.
actually, I could kind of go the other way, I mean, I don't know what kind of day we got in store, but instead of trying to stay under some sort of level of being high so I could be of help to you, maybe I should just go the other way and say, hey man, let's have a couple dabs before you do that.
That's a great idea.
It just sounds like it.
That's
And
that's something.
If it's gonna be the lightest day of podcast.
Trenton police just honked. That was
There was a guy, he's waiting. He gonna come here and ask me.
Yeah, but we got HONK4HOMEGROW signs
Yeah.
up, so it makes it like
that's funny.
posted on the cars there, which makes that honk pretty funny in a
That's
way.
hilarious. I love it. I love it.
I love Trent, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We're on YouTube. Sativa Cross on YouTube right now. Yeah, Sativa Cross. Yeah, this is right here. Yeah, thanks, guys. Let's see. All right, so that was here. Look at this beautiful blunt it rolls.
I'm here for you today. It seems the only thing I can do today to help you. I couldn't help you with technical stuff.
Help me smoke this blunt. Look at this.
Yeah, I just have to be your smoking companion today. I volunteer. I got to tell you though, it never works out well. If Medman watches this, he'll already be laughing because he just comes and stands by me and does that without doing it on purpose. Anytime I've ever been around him.
He does this with one hand.
Yeah,
That's it. That's the blunt right there.
which I appreciate, by the way.
It's cone-ish. It's not a cone. It's just cone-ish. And it's a wonderful thing. Uh-oh. Why is that beating?
I don't know.
There's a ghost in the machine today. Seriously, ghost in the machine. Weird stuff happening. We lost channel 2. We had a reboot. And now random feedback from a microphone that's not even on. What? It's not you. It's not me.
How do you know it's not me?
Well, you'd be feeding back more. We would still be feeding back. We're not feeding back. I don't know. But I know we got a nice fat blunt here to smoke of some super silver haze. And that's all I'm worried about right now in life. Really, that's my only worry in life is lighting this blunt. Oh, see? Is it me?
That's you.
Okay. Let me reset my microphone. Let me do this. I'm going to set my level automatically. I think it might be yours. Set my level there we go.
I don't know. I can't help.
Hey, wait. Say it again. Keep going.
Hey, how many times do I want to say that?
No, it's the...
Maybe that was me.
You got too much gain. Turn that down. All right.
That's kind of ironic. We have too much gain.
Too much
We're here we've been here 10 years. It's not because we gained shit. I'm sorry. Did I say shit? I think that's what actually should be illegal.
I like when they say shit at council meetings and they all get upset. And it's like, no, First Amendment, you're allowed to say anything you want at that council meeting. That's why they're trying to take away our rights. They're trying to make it in Sayreville. They're taking 5 minutes to taking 5 minutes of public comment, chopping it down to 3 minutes of public comment. Because they don't want to hear from you. The government does not want to hear from you.
Yeah, but 3 minutes where you can say anything you want, they can't say you're not allowed to put it that way. You could draw some righteous analogies with 3 minutes worth. You know, you could do like almost a stand-up routine germane to why you're there with 3 good minutes. You could do that. That would be like, and you know, hire a couple of writers who are good at that shit.
What do we have? A virtual background going on here? Yes, we do.
We'll put us somewhere nice.
We do. We have a pot field.
Huh.
Yeah, put some... oh, look at that. That looks pretty good. How about that one?
I can't see it from here, but... oh, there you go. I can't get arrested for this thing.
I like it. That's how I'm leaving it. Because if you're on mushrooms right now, you're really having a good time. Look at that. What is going on there?
You replay this. How many times did I say I don't know to a question you've asked?
What?
You've already set the record.
Jim, there's ghost in the machine. Look what happened now. Look at that. I never get this. This never happens.
Maybe somebody's hijacked it and they're having some fun in a good way.
This is cool. All right, whoever's doing it, keep going. This is good. I like the color. A little more blue would be nice, but that's all right.
You take some of that gray out of my beard. What the hell?
Make him a blue beard.
Makes it look like I got a gray beard.
Wow. All right.
But not all of it. There's always been part of my beard that resisted gray, and I actually tried to find some gray coloring so it would go to hell away, and only find out they don't sell gray coloring. I mean, I suppose you could beat the bushes and find somebody that had something, yeah, but I was surprised.
How do people get blue hair? Like, you ever see the old people with the blue hair? Like,
Yeah.
you have to... that's a look you go for, right? That doesn't just happen to you, right?
No, yeah, it's you can match that to stuff you're wearing, or you got some tats, you know.
I don't mean
color.
blue hair, like blue...
I know what you mean.
Like old people blue hair.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. Like when you're 80, you get that blue hair. Like, what is that? Is that a dye? Do you dye your hair, or is that just what happens to you when you're old? Your hair goes blue.
No, don't be telling me that.
You see it,
I'm 72. I don't want to see it.
man. When I went to the nursing home to visit my grandma, those old ladies, they were crazy. They were great, but they were crazy. One of them grabbed my butt. Now, what are you going to say when a 90-year-old woman grabs your butt?
You
Nothing.
go,
No, you
woo!
ain't saying nothing.
You go, woo, like you
say,
liked it.
You say, thank you. Thank you. What's your name, dear? That's what you say. No. But that was funny. It's old school.
You look at her, say, "I'll remember that later."
I'll remember you forever.
No, I'll remember you later tonight.
But that's old school. I guess that's
Yeah.
old school.
Well, I guess because you can, and I get she assumed you wouldn't object.
Well, what are you gonna do? If
I mean,
you're
it
a guy?
depends how she grabbed it. No, I'm
Grab
not.
my
I'm not
ass.
going to show you how.
You
I'm
want
just-
to want me to show you?
No, no. This would be an everybody.
It's
Loves
both
Raymond.
hands.
It'd be an everybody loves Raymond.
Both
episode.
hands.
I'm not doing it. Was there cuppage?
Squeezed.
Did she cup her hand?
She
or
cupped
was,
my
Or was it
butt.
more like a slap? 5.
She slapped it and then she cupped it. She was a pro.
Yeah.
She knew what she was doing.
She didn't make any vocalizations.
I don't remember that because I was just like, whoa, this lady.
No,
just
you would
grabbed my
remember
butt.
that. Then she did it. She did it without comment.
I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
All right.
You never know, man. You never know. Hey, listen, I drove a cab like one time when I was back in 1986, way long ago, and Cheryl was back in Oklahoma with her family, take care of her, and so I got to work all day as a carpenter and then drive 6 hours a cab a night. And I went to pick up this woman in the bar. It was like, whatever it is, I forget. It's right at the end of the Thomas River on the Thomas River side. And I went on in, and this lady was old. I mean, she was well in her 80s. I'd guess 85. And she was finishing a drink at the bar with a couple. Now, it turns out it was a couple that she kind of was friendly with, and they were buying her drinks because she's a little old lady. As soon as we got out to the cab, she started swearing, and I couldn't believe I was hearing her right. I can't say what she was saying. You
What?
rock sucker.
Oh, okay.
You know? And I'm trying to think of things I
Right.
can say,
Just say the first letter.
No, she was really like, she was just drunk. And
Oh.
she was like I was a cab driver going to take advantage of her, trying to charge her extra money or something like that.
Yeah.
It was them, the same couple gave me what it cost to take her home. I was just not going to get a tip. I think maybe it was about, if you think you're going to get an effing tip, you're out of your goddamn minds, you cocksucker, And it just taught me something, though. I mean, I never saw it coming. So, what am I doing now? I'm looking for blue hair on old people. I seem to do that. Seems to ring a bell, though. Something to look forward to.
I'm going to light this blunt. Hope you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. Hold on a second.
Oh, man, the sativa in this is great. Super Silver Haze is some kind of a sativa because I could taste it. But I don't know what kind of sativa. But it's yummy. Oh, Jim, remember to duck your head when you come into the tent?
Yeah. I was going to tell people that, I got a hat. It absorbs the shock. You can borrow this today.
Thank you, sir. I don't think we need it right. Well, maybe.
No, I mean, it works in the wind.
Yes.
Should get breezy.
Oh, yeah. This is a good one. This is a good one. So we're basically just going to hang out here and smoke weed all day.
If that's what I can do to be your assistant, with really just nothing I can help with.
I'm your treasurer.
I carry stuff and I bring signs and I put them up and that.
We all work for you, Jim.
Yo, I'm the guy you can throw under the bus. Don't think I don't know that.
No. We need you to be the smart one.
You need me to be. We can't control him. It was all him.
Well, yeah, it's plausible deniability for me, because then you could just reprimand me.
I got so many jokes I could make about the
We're,
state of the
we're on the same page on most of this stuff. Like every idea you've come up with, I'm like, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, yep. You want to do? All right, let's go. Yep.
I spent years doing that myself, coming up with ideas, and I was the only one that could do it. I mean, ooh, got some windage.
HONK4HOMEGROW.
Might I say that's why the 10 slow.
Yeah, I think it's better word.
So, you know. But anyway, when I pushed Cheryl's wheelchair across the state in 1993, I almost can't say it. 58 miles in 25 hours with a sign, medical marijuana for MS. And I still have that sign. Yeah, it's kind of what's not getting done. Think, that was just a matter of getting it before the press. That if they knew I was doing that, how many people would pass me and they'd be looking to the news to tell them what the hell I just see. A guy with a wheelchair in the middle of the road at night or whatever, by the time I got there, they were there. Thing is, they would never come to the house and watch Cheryl eat her green butter and totally dissolve the spasticity. She even had a little early, it was like a, called a vaporizer, but it wasn't really a vaporizer. It was like a pedestal and a globe, and it warmed it up just to the point of the vase, And they never came. So that was a way of yanking their chain and getting them there. And that's what people do when they do, everybody does it in their own way. It's not like you got to stop cars in an intersection and get arrested to do anything. It doesn't involve anybody. It doesn't get in anybody's way. And there's things that could be done that just aren't. And it's because potheads are like herding cats. Can't be done.
I stop cars in intersections. Legally.
At a crosswalk to make a point, yeah.
And it's, I don't block traffic. There's a difference between what I'm doing and blocking traffic. I'm not stopping in the crosswalk to block traffic. I'm using the crosswalk to get across the street.
You're a crosswalk checkpoint.
Yes.
So why don't you make a little sandwich sign, crosswalk checkpoint ahead? Put it a block away. Or would the police who know you well, would they say no? Maybe, but maybe not. And then each way it could be crosswalk checkpoint ahead, and then they'd get there and El Rampador would be doing the squares, like making sure you know when to stop.
And I want a sign that says crosswalk checkpoint.
Yeah, but not just one that I would make. I mean, the one like the
fancy one.
Yeah, the material of your license plate, homegrow thing there. Something like that. As your newly installed president of Sativa Cross, and make that is like an executive order. Can I do that?
Yes.
Yeah, you got to do that if you can.
Yeah.
And that's good because, I'm like the medical homegrow guy, but I love what you're doing for. I was with Cheryl 19 years, and she's in a wheelchair the whole time. I'm pretty sensitive to everything you're talking about.
You lived our mission statement when we put our mission statement together. And we talked about you being the president. I'm like, Jim lived this. He doesn't even. There's no question.
There was like one time, and I don't know if it had to do with they weren't prepared. I don't remember the circumstances, but Cheryl and I were leaving a congressional office building. It was the Rayburn, I'm pretty sure. And they said, use this elevator.
Oh, because this elevator gets you out to the other ones don't.
We would have had to go back this way and there to the elevator, but there's an elevator right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes right up to behind the lines, the police office of where you walk out. I guess we were going down, or if I forget which way we were either coming up to it or going down from basement up. And the guy neglected to tell anybody, so there's like police behind desks and stuff, and this is their way up. And then they're the ones that operate that checkpoint right there.
Oh.
And all of a sudden the door opens and there we are. Wheelchair. I mean, it's like, who are you? Almost like, come on, man.
That's funny.
Yeah, well, they didn't tell us we were going to go there, and they didn't tell them we were coming. And it was kind of funny for us in a way. I mean, Cheryl was amused. But, this was the same security that we got on through by them for her to eat marijuana in a congressman's office in '98, and it was just, that was a bad look for them though, being able to, when They know you're going to do that. They check you at the door. They check you at the door in front of all the media. I lift Cheryl out of her chair. They say it's a bomb-sniffing dog. It wasn't. If it was, he was cross-purposing.
Yeah.
All that. And I'm worried because I'm like, okay, they made me lift her up. And now they know that we don't have anything. How is this going to work out? All I know is I'm following the person who... I've never been in this building. This is a marijuana policy project, you know. And so finally, as they open the elevator, we got in and we go up and we're going down a hallway now after going through, getting on the elevator, all the press stampeding up with their stuff because they couldn't fit in the elevator saying, "Oh, I missed this shit." The guy at the top of the elevator said, "You go about your business or you're loitering and all that." And I said, "But I got to stretch Cheryl a little. You understand, we don't want her to have spasm. You hear what I'm telling you, don't you?" In other words, what I was telling him is, you can't do shit all about it,
right.
Dude. Tell me I got to go. Are you
Medical.
Oh, okay, we'll just leave. Hey, everybody. So anyway, it was a matter of Mike Kirshner of the MPP was the guy that was waiting in the cafeteria for the call, hanging around. Okay, we're in place. And so we're walking towards a gaggle that crossed the hallway, and it was several deep, and there was 19 booms. You could actually count 19 backing down the hallway. And through all that, somebody comes the other way in a plaid shirt. It's Mike Kirshner. And he has a piece of 8x10 paper folded twice with some bud in it. And he says, "You forgot your talking points. All this, and you're going to forget your talking points?" And I go, "Oh, thanks, man." And I'm waiting for hold on, let me look at that. There was none. Now we're finishing the walk, and I'm thinking, this is the people who were guarding, like, legislators and shit. and this worked. I almost couldn't believe it, you know. It was like a magic trick.
Funny.
Because we didn't have luggage. We were kind of poor. We could make a country song. She had a A&P shopping bag, a brown bag on her lap, because that's how we carry shit around instead of this cool stuff of today. And when it finally came down to it, and we had backed in the door and the presses there, you know, I reached on in and pulled out a bud, just like, you know, putting my thumb and pulled out a plum or whatever. And the police were blocked out by the media, so the test went on, and I gave her a bud, and she chewed it up and washed it down. And there you go. That's consumption. That's transfer. You have to arrest us.
Arrest them.
Yeah, but anyway, the point is...
Where'd you get that weed from? God. Who grew that weed for you? God. Where is this God?
And I'll tell you one thing, because it's kind of funny. The reason I say Mike Kirshner had a plaid shirt on, Cheryl and I came to Washington. I'd talked to 2 or 3 people on a conference call, and I'd never met any of these people. So I'm going down there, and I'm going to meet Eric Sterling, who Criminal Justice Policy Foundation. He's a lifer, man. And Dr. Dennis Petro, who was doing all the THC studies back then, trying to transfer it to the plant itself. And it was just like little who's who, you know, that I didn't even know yet. I've read Dr. Petro, but anyway, we didn't know these people. And at the meeting in a motel room the night before, Mike Kirshner was there, and when his part became, "Here's what you do," you know, and they said, "And don't wear your plaid shirt." He had a plaid shirt on. They said, "Don't wear your plaid shirt." And I'm still proud of him to this day for seeing that plaid shirt burst through like a screw you all over my, you know, kind of like, I think it was the fact it was a plaid shirt. Who does that? You know, it's like trying to hide, but you wear a red, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
See, but my point is none of that's going on now. And I'm certainly not going to do it. It's not my point anymore. So... we get ignored largely, and what I'm proposing is, when I talk now, I'm talking as Jim Miller. I'm not talking as a board member of Sativa Cross, and I'm also a board member of the Coalition for Medical Marijuana in New Jersey. I'm not talking for them either.
You're a founding member.
Everything I say is about me personally. This is personal to me. I mean, that's well known. I mean, hell, who else is trying to finish a 21-year-old deathbed promise? Trying to free myself of not having come through. Still, 21 years later. Anyway, it's Homegrow for Patients that does it for me. So yeah, it's personal.
We're not supposed to feel like crap till the end of the show, Jim.
Yeah.
You're making me feel like crap.
Well, that's your fault too. See, I don't feel like crap now because I'm helping you.
No, you just.
I'm helping you smoke that.
I don't think about that, but you just brought that into perspective for me. That you have that deathbed promise you made for 20 years.
No. Hey, you want me to bring it down a little more? Here you go. No, it's not bringing anybody down, man. Listen.
No, do it.
Listen to me.
Do it.
All right. I had to. I found out Cheryl's in the hospital, breathing problems, and found out. Yeah, Mr. Miller, can you step out in the hallway? Okay, that's never good. I'll tell you, anybody who goes to a hospital, asks to step out in the hallway, say no. You got a chance if you're in the room, but you step out in the hallway, bad shit. So I went out and he said, yeah, listen, Cheryl's going to need a feeding tube because she's lost her ability to swallow and she's aspirating liquid, And I had a carry through on a promise I had with her that no, she didn't want a feeding tube, and now she was kind of in and out of it, so she wasn't capable of making a decision. And since there was no DNR or whatever or living will, all I had to do is assure them and let them know. Look me up before you make your decision. I'm going to make you famous in a really bad way. If that happens. Anyway, they came back and said okay. And then I had to tell Cheryl because she was sleeping, and I told her, it has some news, and I just didn't know how to say it, so I'm trying to avoid the word die, And I said, I got some news. Listen, you're going to be with Dina, Ricky, and Floyd pretty soon. And it was like so cool because like Dina was her daughter who died, and Ricky was her son who died, and and Floyd was our dog. 18 years worth, for a dog. That's a long time. Anyway, it was a relief. She went, oh, she actually a relief, and then she went, oh, I'm sorry, honey, like she, apologizing. And so I took advantage of the moment to say, listen, I got to tell you right now, I'm tired. I'm really tired. I'm telling you, I can't keep this shit up by myself. And then she said, oh, but you have to. That's not the answer I was expecting. I was expecting oh, honey, you've done a lot or whatever. No, but you have to. And reminded me, and I could feel it coming, and said, it was the same as our answer a long time ago. We can do this loud or we can do it quiet. Be activists, or we can just take care of her. Anyway, she said, don't you think there's other people that still need to know about this? And I said, okay, what I'll do is I'll ask myself, would Cheryl show up? And if the answer is yes, I'll show up. And I think I used the phrase in your absence. And so that's what I've been doing. But I figure with Homegrow for Patients, I don't have to do this. I like doing this. I do. I mean, I'm having fun today. Well, what am I doing? Yeah, I got to keep you company and get high in front of the state annex.
I know, we're having fun today.
It's like...
That's why I don't mind feeling like shit, because we are having fun, but we do need to feel like shit sometimes, because we're here because there's people dying and suffering and dead.
It's a healthcare issue. And RAMS is a healthcare issue, so that's where they overlap, and that's why I see a real synergy in capturing some of your RAM energy now and then.
It's such a winnable issue.
You have
it's so
any
fixable.
idea how many crosswalks you've crossed? I mean, no. You get to do extrapolations.
Maybe 100 laps each day. 100 laps every day.
Whatever, and then how long is each crosswalk? And then you come up with the mileage.
Oh, man.
And then you get to go from like, I could have gone from here to there on a crosswalk this long.
Man.
Don't tell me you never thought of that You're going across crosswalks and you don't ever wonder this.
No, I'm paying attention to the road, man. I'm trying not to die. I'm serious. I'm playing in traffic, bro, and these people are mad. And they're driving 50 miles an hour on Broadway in Bayonne. 50 miles an hour. They're not paying attention. I'm calling out their license plate. I put out my phone, and I call out their license plate really loud so they can hear me. And then that's when they call the cops.
Well, there you go. Call a cop. Say, hey, this guy's got my license, and I'm breaking your law.
Yeah.
I want you to go talk to him.
I almost ran over a guy in a wheelchair in a crosswalk, but can you go arrest him? Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Honk for Homegrow.
You know,
The signs are working, bro.
look,
Love it.
I'm asking you how many crosswalks, and you now,
Okay.
no, not now. No, I want you. No, not now, because it won't count now.
Got a calculator?
No, you don't need to do it now. I will remember. I don't. I'm guessing 359 is the number of miles I pushed Cheryl's wheelchair, somewhere, across the state 3 times, and once the long way from Jersey City to Camden, just outside Philadelphia. Yeah, now I know that because, see, it's funny, and that can be from here to wherever.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no, but you really should know that.
Wow. Yeah, it's quite a few miles.
Yeah, but it was, in my case, I can't say other people should ever do this. I really can't. But if you put yourself in my position, all I did was make sure Cheryl was well taken care of, and I have time to spend from like 10 o'clock one morning pushing a wheelchair and ending at 11 o'clock the next morning at the State House. Well cared for, And all I got to do is walk all by myself, and all the frustration and all the impossibility and it's a freaking plant that makes her better, and I got to do all that all by myself, going across Route 33 in the middle of the night with hardly any traffic. You're going to have an epiphany. And I had 2. One, yeah, listen, I can't take credit for doing anything great. I'm walking. People do that all the time, But I got to see for 10, 12 minutes at a time. And it's at 2:30, 3:20 a.m. There's just nobody on that road. And I could go down the middle of the road, and then you could hear a car coming too, for a long way off. Yeah. So anyway, I know what it's like to walk along a roadway, pushing a wheelchair with my eyes closed, daring myself, how far can I go? It's really cool. Or being on a treadmill where the scenery is going by you so slow you don't see it happen, But anyway, yeah, I did that because it was, 1, kind of therapy, and 2, as long as I was doing shit like that, Cheryl knew we had possibilities, And it was funny. You should take something simple, like, why don't we go break the law, and when you get arrested, people will find out. Well, what are they going to do? You going to take my legs from me?
Lots of honking out there. Lots of potheads in Trenton, I'll tell you. Or lots of people that believe in freedom. You don't have to be a pothead to believe in freedom either.
No.
Free the plant, please. That's why we're here. The plant is not free.
Well, the dead plant is free. I mean, not free economically. I'm just saying you're free to have that. You're not free to have a live plant, though. Think about that. That doesn't make sense. As an adult, I mean, obviously as a patient, it's medicine, and I don't even want to say what's on my mind right now. But
I want to cuddle with a live plant. Yes, I get therapy from being around cannabis plants. It actually is very
being
relaxing
around them is one thing. Watching them, being around them as they grow, and that's a whole different thing, man.
Yeah.
I mean, in your closet or your extra room or whatever. Yeah.
I grew them in my basement in Helmeta.
I grew it for myself while I was living with Cheryl, and I didn't know it was any good for her, and she didn't smoke. Isn't that ironic? Not in a good way, but Oh, well. Yeah, it's funny. You know, like you can grow them with tomato plants, and then you got like about a 6-week period that they're looking fine, and others are getting like brown leaved.
Watch your head.
Oh, what's up,
man.
man? New Jersey med man in the house. Take a seat, bro.
Yeah, pull your chair up. I'll get your mic on here.
Oh, man. This is bad for me. I love seeing you, but this is bad for me.
How you
Play
feeling?
back anything you didn't hear, and I invoked you.
I was listening to you guys on the ride over.
Yeah, well, listen. All I can do to help him today was to get high with him, and I accepted the challenge. And then I said something about, like, this is like what you do to me on purpose. I stand next to you for a little while, and, you know, and I'm reaching even new limits. And now, you know, come on, there's going to be a permanent record of all this. And I make it a habit not to get real high on record. What the hell? Oh, Jesus, Lefty, the things I do for you after 10 years. Holy shit. No, I mean, I'm just saying I'll keep you company doing this, and he's going to do something, and you're going to say, hell yeah, and then you're going to look at me, and I said I would.
That's the only positive of being in the hospital 3 weeks. You forget.
Oh, my
Get a couple
goodness.
grams of rosin in your car, and it's ruined, so you got to put it in blunts.
You know, and actually, the beauty of today is, at the end of the day, I mean at the end of the day here, not the old, at the end of the day, but at the end of the time here, I can just sit around as long as I want and hang out. And when I deem that I am really ready to drive back, I will. But I got a handheld phone. I can keep myself amused. It's fully charged, and, you know, I don't eat till 6:30, so
It's a beautiful,
hell yeah.
Beautiful day to hang out.
It is.
Hold on. Let me set up your mic for you. Ready? Just say something again. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. There you go.
There. Hello.
That's-
There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah. You got headphones there, too. Well, isn't this something?
There's 2 headphones. You can use the other one. And it's probably a tangle of wires. I'm sorry. I'm having issues today with my everything.
Oh, man.
Nah, you're good. I'm just used to untangling shit.
You had all the issues like today that I haven't seen you have for a year's time in total. Seriously.
I know.
Oh, no, it's frozen. No, wait, I'm on. No, I'm off. No, I think I can hear us. What? Can you hear me? What the hell? How many times did I say, I don't know? At one point, I just went, oh, everything. Oh, it's all, oh.
Hunk for Homegrow.
How can I forget that we got those signs coming and going attached to the cars that are 2 cars parked here?
You know what? That's all we need, bro.
Robots.
We got those 2 signs.
No, we need one. Listen, I saw a thing of a robot, like for boxing, you know, and it was like a real sort of thing going on, and it was really amazing. And artificial intelligence can do this. But if that's so, couldn't we just like get some robots holding signs and waving and stuff?
With enough money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's all about money.
I know. But Lefty's been separating himself from the pack for well over a decade now, and somewhere, there's a benefactor that could peel off money like you wouldn't believe. Going, well, what'd you do? Just gotta find that one person, dude.
We need grant money. We need the government to pay for
No,
it.
I'm talking about somebody that's also a wise ass that likes your style and would feed it.
Oh.
Oh, you know, they exist.
Yeah. I'm extra for a lot of people, though.
Yeah.
I know.
We all are.
I'm not as extra as some. Some are more extra than me.
I
Give you that.
had cause to drive. I went to Brielle, and from Brielle, Tom's River, and back to Mount Laurel, and I had to go right by where the 10th District's office is, where you picture of Cheryl saying that. Someone says, David Wilson, they're medical marijuana cowards and liars, you know. And yeah, but I get to ride, like, right by it.
Oh.
And I'm thinking...
Cowards and liars.
Yeah, but... So I'm going to ask something, you see, because oh. I can ask something of James Holzapfel, you know.
Ooh.
We're gonna do some candy and gas.
Oh, man.
I have my Peak Pro. Oh, what the hell is this?
That's GMO.
Oh, Jim.
That's GMO rosin that sat in the car cooking for 3 weeks while I was in the hospital.
Smell that one.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
you smelled it.
Woo!
Again.
Yeehaw. Wow.
Yeah, I felt like it got set up somehow. Yeah, I'll keep you company and smoke with you all time, like live and on record for the rest of the world to see. That's, you know, I mean, one time on MMR they had like Casey and Nick and they drank the whole time for like in the morning for I guess the New Year's Eve day thing. But then they had cameras on, like a crew after that, and they were like out of freaking hand. And I'm like, holy shit. But see, that's alcohol. Now, this is akin to, all right, it's like a really way loose situation. It's just sort of like there's nothing really going on in Trenton, and everybody's out doing whatever they're doing, and we're still here. But to, anyway, to tell Lefty, yeah, listen, I'm here for you. I mean, I can't help with that. I'm not a good I can't. I put up signs and I help break it down. He's usually set up by the time I get here. And that all I could do today was I will sit here with you and do whatever it is I can do. And it turns out real quick we discovered, well, why don't I just be a good smoking buddy? You know, because well, see, he set me up with a surprise. What is that? I look at that. I don't think dabs. I think little water pipe with a, okay, and here. And then by the time I knew something had hit me, and I had about a good 20-second laughing cough in combination. Yeah.
So I'm gonna have
what the
4
hell?
limited edition Puffcos for sale next month.
Really?
Yeah, they're making me wait till the end of my probation to give them back.
The end of your probation?
Yeah.
Is that when the claws come out?
Yeah, so they have to give me back the e-rigs they took that were brand new and my seeds, but they're making me wait till the end of my probation. So they consider them part of an ongoing, court because of probation, but they can't use them in court because they weren't illegal anyway. So,
well,
it was their way of I was a bit of a dick in court, and it was their way of.
Now, see, you being a dick in
revenge.
court is something I can't visualize any other way. I'd say that, like,
so when
you don't lose anything. If anything, you become more of a force.
So when I had the meeting with my lawyer's partner, because he was my lawyer had another case, he kind of chuckled at a couple of things I said, and the main attorney looked at him and said, "Stop laughing. He's not joking." I told him I was going to show up first day of court with 2 bottles of Everclear and chug one of them and get sent to the hospital. Just to make the point of I stopped and bought that legally on the way to court. And one of my charges, a bunch of my charges stemmed from 1.4 ounces of mushrooms. So I was going to go into court and eat 1.4 ounces of mushrooms in the courtroom.
I can't relate to that.
I mean, I'd have been out of the world for a few hours, but I'd have been perfectly fine the next day, just to prove the point.
Well,
and he laughed about stuff like that. And main attorney said, "Don't fucking laugh. He's serious."
Yeah, and you would actually prove a point whether it was admissible in court. Doesn't matter. I mean, you're out to prove a point. You'll prove a point. Doesn't matter if they'll accept it.
Well, we showed up to court. He really 100% knew how crazy I was because I showed up with a little over an ounce of exotic flower in an old school sandwich bag, not even a Ziploc, and smoked right before I went into court. I parked in one of the judge's illegally reserved parkings in the county parking garage, smoked a 2-gram blunt while looking at some sheriff's officers, and went into the courtroom and threw a little over an ounce through the x-ray machine.
When was this?
Just about a year ago.
Sounds like a song.
One of the sheriff's officers thought it was funny. One of them didn't think it was funny and made a comment. And my response to him was, listen, I'm being polite. I could have came in here with 6 fucking ounces.
Yeah, you could.
Yes, sir.
When we got to the courtroom, we were sitting in the courtroom. My lawyer goes, you reek like weed. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's
thank you.
because I just smoked. I had to deal with this bullshit. And he goes, well, you even smell like raw flour. And I pulled the ounce out in the courtroom, in a packed courtroom, and literally you heard behind us 4 or 5 people going, oh my God, he's got a bag of weed in court.
Yeah, he's an
And
adult
I stood up and
in New
said,
Jersey with a bag of weed.
you're 100% right, and it's 100% legal.
Yeah. Yep. Man, that's advanced. I don't know what comes after 101 and 202. How high does those numbers go? That's like a 404 probably. I don't know nothing about that.
That's
I got
season
as
4,
far as
episode 2.
I got to 101 and quit college.
Years ago, I worked
One year.
for the county down there,
Yeah.
and
No, that's
I watched somebody curse a sheriff's officer out about parking in that lot, and I pulled my phone out because I was like, oh, this is going to get good, and he cursed the cop out, and it ended with him looking at the cop going, if there's an issue with my car being there, fuck you, write a ticket or tell me, and walked off. And when I went and talked to somebody in the maintenance in the building, they said, yeah, that's a public garage for citizens to access county buildings and the county courthouse. They're not allowed to reserve. The only parking they're legally allowed to reserve is handicapped. Other than that, they're not allowed to reserve parking for their vehicles. It's a public garage. It's for your and my access to the court and the county offices. And I said, oh, and the guy looked at the cop, and when I talked to somebody, they said, yeah, look at the signs. There's no ordinance numbers, anything. They just put them up because 99% of the public looks at the sign and goes, well, I'm not going to park there. I'm going to get a ticket.
No, yeah, you're right.
Just talking about this with somebody else, and they were talking about legality of going places. If people put up warning signs, and I go, that has nothing to do with legal. Those are store policies that they put up because 99% of the public see it. Just like when you go to a car wash, it says we're not responsible for damage to your vehicle. In what world, when your machine damages my property, are you not responsible? What it is 99% of the public sees the sign, their antenna or mirror gets broke, and they go, gotta pay for it. They're not responsible.
They said so.
Yep. I mean, I'm sure you see plenty of it, even with just access.
The Pennsylvania
You know?
honk.
When you put policy in place, that has nothing to do with law. That's your company's policy. Laws trump that.
And what about private property? You have a handicap sign on a private property. Can they do what they want, or they have to follow state law on private property?
Well, for it to be ticketable, there's regulations. Like the sign has to be a certain height, has to be there. I know, because I know somebody that fought one of those tickets they got somewhere because there wasn't a sign. It was painted on the ground, but they pulled in. It was a packed parking lot. It was in a convenience store.
Okay.
And they just turned the corner and pulled in there. And when we looked up the regulations, because at the time I worked for the county, it's got to be painted on the ground. It's got to be proper colors, and it's got to be a sign notification. It has to have the 2 notifications. If it doesn't, it's not a valid, and that's what saved them from, because it's not a small ticket.
So if there's a sign, it's enforceable. If there's a legal
It has to
metal
be,
sign with
it has to have the sign, and it's got to be painted on the ground.
Right.
And they both have to be visible.
I've seen it all. I've seen them put shipping containers in the handicap spots. I've seen snow plows put all the snow in handicap spots.
I was just having this discussion because, again, I worked in Ocean County, and a few years back it cost them a ton of money because a girl went off the road and hit a guardrail. And their guardrails, they just put them in how they wanted. They weren't educated enough, the county workers that did it, that they have to be set to a certain height for them to work properly. If it's not set to a certain height and you hit it, it's not designed to work that way. and the girl hit it. And luckily, she hired a very smart attorney, and when he looked into it, and she got paid big bucks because she was injured in the accident, and theoretically, if the guardrail would have been installed properly, she should have been okay.
Wow.
Accountability everywhere.
I liked when dispensaries reached out to me for accessibility issues. I like that. I like that energy.
Yeah, you know,
Liberty City, shout out.
I'd like to think that you're all about your opening their eyes to the situation.
Them of all people.
I bet it also comes with a little bit of we don't want to mess with him. He doesn't seem to go away.
Oh yeah.
You know, so like it's probably 80%. Man, you're right. Thanks, and we'd like you to be in on it.
Well, if they're going to claim that
Good.
they're for the patients,
Yeah.
and they're not just there to collect the almighty dollar, they
they'll
have to
work
be
with
about
you.
things like that.
Yeah.
And they are. They were thinking about that when I spoke at the CRC. They were actually thinking about that part of their, because they made them put their entrance in the back. They put them all. Every other entrance to that strip mall is in the front, except for the dispensary. They got to go in through the back. So now they have this huge curb that they have to account for.
Well, I told you, one of the dispensaries had a grand opening over the weekend, and they were having a big celebration. And they put on the flyer, no consumption on property. And I contacted them and said, well, do you guys allow tobacco consumption on your property? And they go, yeah. And I said, well, so what you're saying is you're restricting medical patients. And they came back with, no, well, with state and everything else law. And I'm like, well, no, state law is anywhere you can consume tobacco. And they changed their tune. They didn't change the flyer, but they posted on there that patients were allowed to consume. They just couldn't be within, I think it's 50 feet of the building or whatever it is, which is the way it's supposed to.
There's a reason that I still have my patient ID card. It's for those perks, which should be for everybody, be that as it may. It's just nice to have a get out of jail sort of free card.
How dare you claim you're about patients and you're having a celebration for patients, and then you tell patients they can buy your product, but they can't consume it there because
I was already
that's the way they want it.
We're tabling at Morristown Day on June 1st, and it's a big thing going. It's a big thing, you know. And my goal was I brought 3 joints with me, and I was going to go up to some police or security, whichever, and say, look, I'm a patient. Where's the nearest place right here? I got to Medicaid, because I actually wasn't paying, you know. But that was what I was going to do. But the thing is, Michael Brennan had a vape thing with him. So we were just vaping his thing the whole time we sat at the table, and then by the time I was going to go off and do that, I didn't feel like it, you know. So why should I don't even want to do that now. And for the whole thing, all they had was that I could see was they had 3 porta potties, public things. They had like 3 in one spot, one place. And if somebody asked, you know, I said, well then, you know what? I'm just smoking one of them bastards. I've done that.
Love it.
I've done that for like 30 years.
All the time. And it's funny when someone walks in right after you, too. I'm like, oh, well, I blow it down in the hole. So it goes up the chimney, maybe.
So in a public event, I would feel more comfortable smoking out in public.
Press and hold it, yes. It might be a little clogged. Could be.
Oh, no, it's not clogged.
Oh, no.
One time back, when I say back in the day, I mean like 50 years ago, and working at Holiday City where they're just building like houses, mass production everywhere. I went down to crawl space to smoke, and then when I came back, I got accused for going and either taking a shit or peeing down there, you know. And it's sort of like, yeah, I just had to pee, you know. I had a plea to a plumber, you know, because he had to get down to, hey, a good point, you know, but I wasn't doing that. And then, you know.
So I live over there, and I had somebody call the cops on me for smoking.
Your floor squeak by any chance?
I was hanging out by the edge of the woods there, and 2 people come by walking their dog, and somebody made a comment, and the cop showed up. They were cool, though. I don't have a medical card, and I just, you know. He goes, no, I get it, it's legal.
Yeah. Wouldn't that just make it easier for him to answer that way anyway? I mean, they got to be getting used to that.
He said, we got a call. We just had to come out. He goes, I don't know what
Yeah.
they expect me to say to you. It's illegal now. He goes, I said, listen, I come over here because I'm on the edge of the woods, you know.
Yeah, trying to keep it away.
Being discreet about it. And he goes, no, I get that. I respect it. He goes, we got a call. We just had to come out.
Somebody envious, you know. Probably somebody wish he could. But his wife wouldn't let him.
Well, he allows him. I think Stafford's, I could be totally wrong, but I believe Stafford's the only town in Ocean County that I know of that put a cannabis policy on record for their cops.
Really?
And yeah, and you know what? They weren't happy about it. But it had nothing to do with the cannabis, because with the cannabis policy, they also had to enact an alcohol policy. So they're not allowed to drink within 12 hours of a shift or 24 hours. So they work 4 days on, 3 days off. So that gives them 3 days a week they get smoked. That last day of work, and then technically the next 2 days. Now what that takes away is they cannot drink during the work week at all.
At all.
Which is what they were pissed about. A lot of the other towns put no policy on record, touch nothing, and the deal was they had up to a certain date to put it, just like the towns with voting yes or no. They gave them until a certain date to put a policy on record, and then basically anything.
That's pretty strict. That's like what airline pilots. It sounds like their policy almost.
I have somebody I'm friends with that I grew up with. That's he's actually a PBA rep. So when the state announced the word, you know, the state attorney general told him, I've rolled up on him with a blunt blazer, and I'm joking with him. I'm like, here, motherfucker. You know, he's in a uniform. And he goes, no. He goes, and he was explaining to me in the beginning, while technically they were allowed to, all the towns still had policies on that said if you failed for cannabis, you were fired. So if you were to fail a drug test for cannabis, you're fired, because that's the policy. Now, like he explained to his union members, you'll get your job back, but can you afford to be out of work for a year or two fighting for it? You'll get back pay and your legal covered, but you know, who's going to pay for your kids' clothes? Who's going to pay your mortgage?
Well, if they just agree to stop testing and make an honor system, that would work.
So that's what they did.
You know, if you get caught or in trouble and they test you, but
So
you know, no foul, no call.
So at the end of last year, they got their last. The town he works in got their last round. They get 2 randoms a year. So their last random was at the end of November. And my buddy joked around. He goes, I can smoke now because I'll have 30 days before I come up, as long as there's not an issue. But he said he had 2 officers contact him and said, hey, are they still testing for weed? And he goes, I chuckled because I knew they were smoking weed, but he's a union rep. So he goes, I had to call and find out. He called LabCorp and they told him, no, they weren't even testing for it unless it was requested. So their deal is because I said to him, I was like, well, if you're a user, you still get screwed because all somebody has to say is they think you're high, and it's in your system. And he said what they put in place was they have to have 2 separate supervisors that observe you and say you appear intoxicated. So you can't have a coworker who has a grudge against you and knows you use cannabis go, I think he's high. So I said, at least it protects them. But that's what I said. I said, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, could be used as a model if somebody else wanted to point to somebody too. If that works out well, and there's no problem.
Well, listen, most of, not that I know a lot of them, but the handful I've spoken to, if they,
were we smoking or what, man?
They're pretty much pro cannabis.
Kids
You guys
today.
were smoking?
Maui Jack.
Oh, that's nice. Local?
Probably Oregon.
I was gonna say it's a little too compressed. It's got a real nice nose.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. No, New Jersey dispensary. Sorry, silly me. I made a mistake.
No, that smells good for a dispensary. But
Probably Mad Hatter. They got the best weed around now.
what's the number on it?
Numbers? What numbers? We don't know stinking numbers.
Well, that's you. Listen, you've got to count it in because if they're charging 50, 60, and 8, no, they're ripping people off.
Wow.
It's nice, but it all depends on the scale.
No, he's right. You got to put them. You got to put that in.
Oh, that all comes into play when it comes to medicine.
It's a major. You're paying anything, in my opinion, above 50, 60. there's only a handful of strains. Like even the look should blow your mind. The look, the smell, and the smoke should blow your mind. There's a handful of strains that no matter what, they don't have that flashy bag appeal. One of my favorite strains, Skittles. Like if the best true Skittles in the world looks like quality homegrown. But when you smoke it, it'll blow your mind.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, it's what they call like an ugly flower. It's a pain in the ass to grow, and it doesn't have, like if you looked at it next to something like this, I'll take the Skittles all day. But if you just looked at the two, you'd take this or something like this over it any day of the week. It's not super frosty.
Johnny Carson, that was his echo. I said, I did not know that. I thought, who the hell does that sound like? Was that a cartoon character? Was that Foghorn Leghorn? Who was it? I did not know that.
It was Carson.
Yeah, but I heard that echo that long. I got a good
That's a good callback.
echo. Yeah. No, I'm pretty proud of myself. I'm just saying. I guess I'm not that high.
Uh-oh. Well, here you go.
No. I'm hanging with you. This is at your pace.
I've got 1 more month of probation.
Oh, come on.
1 more month.
Oh,
Yeah. Claws come out.
I can't believe your hospital stay. He had a... They tortured him in the hospital.
Yeah.
So I found 2 very cannabis-friendly doctors, though. Listen, the last day I was in there, I was a dick and went ape shit to him. The last day I was in there, I was dealing with opiate withdrawals. They knew I was being discharged, so technically they put the paperwork in the night before, so they cut your pain meds.
Right.
So the next day they went to change my dressing,
Whoa.
which they were packing holes in my back. So I asked them for pain meds, and the girl comes back and she goes, well, yeah, they pulled the order because I'm like, yeah, I'm being discharged tomorrow. Like, you guys have been feeding me opiates for 16 days. Like, I was ready for this when I went home. I got plenty of edibles and cannabis at home to deal with this.
They got us so many hours before discharge, but it's not the day before.
As soon as the paperwork goes in for discharge, the girls say usually they cut your pain meds. And because mine went in the night before because they knew I was being discharged the next day, they automatically just cut it.
Well, there's a flaw in that system.
So that's what I said to the one doctor. I'm like, I said, excuse me if I'm an asshole, but I'm dealing with...
No, don't say that to anybody, man. I'll tell you.
Well, at this point, I didn't care because I was going home.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I knew I was
I
going
can
home
see
the
that,
next day, and I looked at him and said, like, you guys fed me opiates. Like, if you'd have just let me bring in cannabis, I'd have been fine.
Yeah.
And he goes, you got to sneak it in. And I'm like, well, I was afraid to do that because I know you motherfuckers, if I get caught, you'll kick me out. You know, like, something I'm not dealing with a nasty infection. And, I mean, I was discreet about it, and I actually had somebody from housekeeping come in the one night right after I hit my vape, and the girl looks at me and she goes, does it smell like weed in here?
Ooh, it smells good. Wasn't me.
And she goes, no, I'm cool. I'm just trying to make sure it's not me. And I said, well, it's not you, but it's not me either. And she pulled a vape out of her pocket.
That's funny. There's a...
Sticky Ricky. You ever hear of Sticky Ricky?
No.
Me neither.
Looks pretty. Not a
I had to get it. I'm like,
heavy nose on it.
Never heard of this one before. Sticky Ricky? Nice.
Sticky Ricky.
It's my friend Ricky's birthday, so I got some, and I smoked some with him.
I got some black cherry punch, some garlic cane.
Oh.
Black cherries.
Some GMO we're going to turn into hash rosin, and
Oh, my.
some 9-pound hammer running outdoor this year.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
I believe that slipped by me.
I would love some hash rosin.
Well, my buddy wanted to try running hash rosin, and I said, you know, I got these GMO seeds that'll never finish properly outdoor here. That would be perfect. We cut them down early, wash them.
I could do quality control. Make sure it's strong enough for the patient.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Most flour you cut down to run hash rosin, you wouldn't enjoy smoking anyway. It's cut down real early. You want the highest THC percentage. So what I've been told is you want to cut that plant theoretically right before the trichomes start to even cloudy up. As soon as they start to go cloudy, the THC is starting to break down a little bit, which it doesn't suit, you know, for smoke, you want all those other cannabinoids to develop and everything else. Yeah. But
Yo.
How's it going?
What's up, brother? How are you?
What's going on, man?
See ya.
I can do that without hurting. Yeah, man.
Here,
Oh,
just
look at
watch that. It might burn a
Look at
little
that.
funny. There's
Yeah,
some chunks of rosin in there.
Beautiful day, man.
Hot out. It's good. It's nice though.
It's nice under here.
Got some-
What do you got?
So,
Oh, here we go.
something on the hemp bill.
Ah, here we go. Special bulletin here from the UFCW. UFCW needs your help in amending the Hemp Bill Assembly Bill 4461 and Senate Bill 3235 to protect your jobs. Safety for the public in New Jersey. Hemp needs to be manufactured, cultivated, processed, and packaged in New Jersey. This will protect your jobs from being outsourced to other states. If you agree, please click on the link to sign our petition. Thank you for your time. Link.
Oh,
Put this link up to the camera right there.
yeah, you got the code right there.
Yeah, put it right up to the camera. And I want to know more about this hemp bill that they put it through. They snuck it through. There it is. There's your QR code right there. You can go closer. That's all right, though.
I was thinking before you
put it-
showed
I'll put it
up, why is it like in a group of three, I'm the third smartest one about everything they've been talking about, and then you come along, and now I feel like I'm the fourth smartest guy about whatever we're gonna. It's not. It's sort of like back in the day, I was the guy that was smart. I just started buddying around with people that were like, that I would use their information, and it stunted my own intellectual growth here.
It's dead. You got to share mics. I'm sorry. We have 3 mics today. Okay.
You're still the smart one, Jim.
Oh yeah, look at this point and see who tried to put this in his mouth backwards.
Oh, party foul, party foul.
I had to call myself out on that, like a golfer would.
Brother,
Which way was this
What's-
going? It should be going this way.
All right. Can I have that microphone so we don't confuse that with the working microphone? Get that out of here. Here, just unplug it, and I'll put it away. Because we're done. I lost the channel. My mixing board died. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, and I was the second smartest guy in the room of 2 when that happened. That's where it started. That was something. I mean, he didn't know what's going on, and somebody'd say, we can still hear you, and Instagram, and
that's scary.
this and that, and I can reboot, and I can say all sorts of shit. Jim has, all he can say is, okay.
Give him that mic. Give him that mic. You guys got to share that. I can't hear you. I want to hear you.
I said, you know what they say, right? If you feel like you're the smartest man in the room, you're in the wrong room.
Yeah, that's true, too. I like that. You guys.
Not as much as every one of us know.
Yeah.
It ain't.
Yeah.
It ain't that much.
No. So what I gotta do is like wait till a conversation comes around somewhere where I can like grab a ring or something,
Yeah, what do they say? You're the average of your 5 friends.
Yeah. Well, I bring the experience in advocating / activism, but not of today. It was
Listen,
like having to be a trailblazer for.
when it
Oh,
comes
yeah,
to
you're
behind
an
those
original.
doors, you know more than everybody out here.
Yeah, you're an original. I've seen recordings on YouTube so old it was kept
Yeah,
on
right.
VHS tape.
Yeah,
So yeah.
It's just because it's easy to bring up on the phone. The NBC footage, 1998, of Cheryl and I getting arrested for her eating a piece of marijuana in a congressman thing. It comes up. I get it on my phone easy, but at that one point, everybody does the same thing. They look, and then it shows like a close up of Cheryl, and I'm right behind her, and they go. I'm like, yeah, it's me. They are so shocked at, and it was 98. I actually had to stop and think when it was 1998. So it was kind of old, but yeah, the war on drugs has aged me appropriately, I would say.
Listen, my experience stops at this side of that door. Just going, fuck you, I'll do what I want.
Yeah.
And getting people access and, getting people medicine. I don't know anything beyond going in them doors and actually fighting for legal access.
When I had to come in and see anybody of consequence in here with Cheryl, we always had a state trooper escort us, and if we were going to wait in the office right through the things there, we had a state trooper, you know, and it's like he was keeping such a straight face, and I just looked at him and said, "You don't know I'm not going to run, at least not fast, with Cheryl in a wheelchair, right? You know, I mean, what's up, really?" And it was kind of funny because then I would be telling her, "They're here for you, not me. I come here and nobody can escort me." Yeah, they know who the new sheriff is. I guess so. Anyway, it was therapeutic, but you know, things are kind of different now. We're supposed to have
Yes.
a lot of
Help yourself.
legislators on our side, you know. Actually, I think we should go after some of our allies is not really trying hard enough.
Listen, I told you my first experience with anything, even knowing about New Jersey activism, was hearing you, Jim, on the Bob Levy show on Saturday mornings.
Holy
Saturday or
shit.
Sunday mornings.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Prior to that, I've been to
No, that would've been-
protests
that was
and
19
parades in
that
the
was like-
cities, but
That was about 1994, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right. I wish I had the tape of, but for your edification, that was the show Bob Levy, a venerable WOBM Sunday morning topic A guy. And he was like, you know who he's like? He was kind of like Lefty, where why would you say that even if somebody took issue with him, you know? And so what happened is I was talking about Cheryl, and she couldn't hear because it was like I'm on the phone and it's, you know, radio, and I know that she'll be able to hear it like later because we're recording it, what I was saying. And he got so flustered, he said, "You know, when we can't, we should be doing something. There's things we can do. When a guy just wants anything for his wife is just, you know, something. If anybody's got any of what they need, you know, and you want to help out, you want to help get that to them, just call me here on the contest line. I won't even really look at your number. I'll do," you know, he's like joking, like, and he goes, "This is not some sort of sting operation. It's just trying to," so he did that on air.
I told you I was listening
On fucking air.
Yeah, when that came over, and what was it? Somebody was like, "Well,
Yeah.
if you stop behind this store,
but
go by the third telephone pole. There might be something laying by it, or whatever it was." I was dying laughing.
The way that was pretty close. What happened is he just said, "I'm trying to do some good for somebody," noticed it, whatever, and then he said, "Oh, Jim, I'll be calling you," you know. So we got that far, and then Cheryl heard that and thought, "Well, holy shit!" So the next morning, about 7:00, get a call, take it at Mom's house. She says, "Jim, it's for you." And I said, "Hi, Jim. This is Bob Levy." I said, "Hi. Yeah, you know where the A&P in Silverton is? Yeah, I live like 100 yards away." You know, it says, "Yeah, behind the A&P, there's 3 rocks under the middle rock." I swear to God. And then he hangs up. And I'm turning on going, da 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 da. You know, so I said, "Listen, let me give you the rest of your morning medicine because I don't know what the hell's going on here, you know. I got to go take a ride out here." And so I go back, and there's 3 rocks, you know, like just flat, kind of, maybe like 8 inches long. Under the middle rock, there was about a half an ounce in an old-time bag with a typed note, but cut like as a strip. "Jim, sometimes the law can be such an ass." I mean, I'll never forget that. You know, so now while that is hilarious in its own way, you know, I got to say thank you to him. He was going to where right in Silverton. I forget. Anyway, he's gonna be there having dinner. A nice little low-key thing, and you could go there. So I went with Cheryl, and we were there before him and his wife came and sat in. And Cheryl's a wheelchair. She's easy to see, you know. And he did a whole thing, and then on his way out, he came walking over a few years later, and he goes, "I know who you are." And I went and I looked and said, "That's funny. Who are you?" Yeah, we all had a big laugh, you know. But anyway, my brother, Rick, was playing golf at Bailey Golf Course, and he was at the 19th hole, which is the bar that faces out over the 18th green. So he was playing with Australian friend Paul, who you've met, And they were there, and two guys next to them were talking, and one of them was telling his friend about putting it, the A&P. He was the guy. So my brother Rick's like zeroed in, and he says, just when he was getting to it, Rick just kind of added as the guy's taking a breath, under the middle rock. And then Rick had to apologize for, like, can you imagine what went through this guy's head? So anyway, that was a charmed sort of old-time thing, very edification, a little historical perspective. Oh, so long ago, though, that's... We were looking, he was taking a selfie picture, and it was around the sun. I got my sunglasses on. I got a thing on my head there. It keeps everything just off me. I was worried about sun, actually. But, so, yeah, we had that from how, that picture, that has to be about 8 years old now. We're on a stoop right down there, and somebody took a picture, we're just hanging, and it looked like that sort of...
Yeah, we had to go across the street to smoke back then.
Yeah. So it was an unoccupied stoop, and somebody was there, and they took a picture. But this one kind of mimics it, And I'm guessing you look older.
I posted a picture with you the other day, and my friends thought you were Bob Weir.
Ah, I've heard that before.
Yeah.
I have, yeah. Actually, sometimes I'm sort of looking like, man, I could start growing this out a little more here, I could. I actually, I segregated a picture of me and a picture that goes along with him. So on my home computer, I can kind of bring them up and think, yeah, kind of.
Lefty, is that a bass clef tattoo?
Yes.
You play?
I used to.
Yeah?
I kind of suck now. I haven't played in a while.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to play keyboards and drums.
Oh, cool.
It's fun stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that. We got to jam sometime.
What?
Okay. Nah.
Yeah?
That caught my ear. So what do you play? What do you do?
I play bass.
Oh, you play bass?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I just got turned on to Victor Wooten.
My favorite.
I was like, oh, this guy's really good.
My,
What?
What do you
hero.
What do you do? I mean, you play bass.
Like,
Are there people you play with, or you play out, or you just kind of play along with shit? Like,
Yeah, so I actually studied. I took lessons from someone for years and learned how to play like funk and jazz bass. And I actually went to one of Victor Wooten's camps when I was 16 and got to learn how to play like all those techniques directly from the source. He's my hero. They say don't meet your heroes, but if it's Victor Wooten, he surpasses expectations. Unbelievable man and musician. He's a real teacher,
See, what I think, Lefty, is I think you have to get Ricky Lake on the podcast as a guest to bring your
what a
celebrity
great thought.
life full circle.
That would be fun.
See, Lefty
She's
was
very-
on the old Ricky Lake show many years ago as a youngster.
Oh, really? Like Guar was? Were you in Guar?
You know what? Close to a Guar type performance.
Really?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's available on YouTube.
What's the name of the band?
Sativa Cross.
Really?
What was the one with the one I see on YouTube with you on there? How old were you then?
24, 25. I planned on going. They were playing our music on the show, and I was planning on strumming along. And somebody was going to come out of the audience and smash a guitar over my head over this fireman's helmet. I have a fireman's helmet. And when we used to play out, somebody would do that. They would smash me over the head with a fireman's helmet. I was safe because I was on, Well, Ricky,
Which took a cheap guitar every performance.
yeah, I'd go to Englishtown and get a cheap guitar for $5 every week.
Yeah.
So I went on the Ricky Lake show, and they said, you can't wear the fireman's helmet. You can only bring the guitar out with you. I'm like, okay.
At least one choice.
All right, so I have one choice left. I have to self-smash this guitar over my head. I had no time to think about it. I just did it.
Yeah.
And then I took a bite out of it, and luckily,
Yeah. Well,
I didn't hurt myself.
it's hard to really get the what it takes to do the damage.
It
you
broke
want
on the
it.
last hit. It broke finally
Enough to.
enough to take a bite out of a piece of it.
Yeah. I'm just prompting because I can imagine if he skips it, you're gonna wonder. But yeah, and you can. What do you do? Just what do you Ricky Lake and
Ricky
what?
Lake.
What do you type in YouTube search?
Ricky Lake smashing guitar. I don't. It's under my friend's account. I'll try to send you a link. It's I should put it up somewhere. I got it up somewhere too.
Should.
I got
yeah.
it.
I'm gonna go down the rabbit hole. I'm gonna find all the B-sides and unreleased material.
She's very pro cannabis now. She actually grows on her property.
Yes.
When I saw that, I was like, yo, you got to get her on the podcast. Like,
That's a great idea. How do we do that?
I've tagged you. I think I've tagged you in the page on a couple of her cannabis posts. Can't be that hard. She don't seem that busy nowadays.
She's just growing weed, having fun,
Fucking laid back,
living life.
yeah, enjoying life now.
She's living life to the fullest right now.
She made her money off all that drama. Said, fuck all this craziness. I'm
Yeah.
laying back, smoking my bud, and
She made a couple of movies.
yeah, a couple. Nothing big though. I'm sure a chunk of her money is still doing appearances from that show.
A lot of residuals from that one, yeah. That show was on everywhere. You know what I mean? People saw me on that show. They kept playing it over and over and over for Sweeps Week. So everybody saw me on that show. Like, was that you smashing a guitar over your head? Wow. Yeah. It wasn't my best moment, but it was my moment.
First time I think I saw you share that, I was like, oh my God, I remember
Most
seeing
people have
this on
seen it because
TV.
that's what we had back then was Ricky Lake and Maury Povich and the other guy, the loudmouth guy.
Geraldo?
Raldo, we had him too, but
Yeah, that was the early days of like drama
Morton Downey Jr.
talk television.
Remember Morton Downey Jr.?
Yep.
Richard Bay. Oh man. Yep. That's pretty yummy. Yummy. Sorry, Jim. I commandeered your mic.
No,
'cause
that
we're busy.
worked out good, man. That was a good.
We're down a
shuffle.
mic. I'm trying.
No,
to...
I like that.
got issues.
I tried to find a.
Same price as dispensary, a whole lot better.
Yeah.
Damn, thought I could bring up Ricky Lake and you, but how?
Listen, there's a fresh drop of elephant growth. Have you ever seen that?
No.
I'm gonna say that shit. I've never seen it in person, never smoked it, don't claim to, but that's the most expensive flower I've ever seen.
Okay, and what about it? In what context are you mentioning this?
$1,100 an ounce.
Yeah, but like,
That's from a wholesaler.
$1,100 an ounce.
listen, if people pay what I hear to have a small glass of a wine or a little something like that, I would really be curious. It's sort of like, okay, if 20 of us go in and get this, and I get, what do I get out of it, and what does it cost? Because I'd like to know.
Same thing, like your West Coast, if you buy like real Skittles from Third Gen Fam, the guys that created the strain, it's to buy their Skittles, it's $800 an ounce.
Yeah.
Or at least it was a few years ago. I'm sure it's still the same price.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like a taste. I'd like to experience it. That's all. You know, look, I'd like to experience 3D, but there's nowhere where you can plop down 20 and go, let me see what this shit's like. Why is there nowhere I can do that?
What I guarantee you is that $800 an ounce Skittles, that $1,100 an ounce elephant growth.
That's one to have a few puffs.
If you search around, especially now, you can find other high quality growers growing the same cut. Same token, I used to get Skittles from Hazy Hill in Maine. My buddy used to bring it down to me, and it used to cost me like $250 an ounce, and it was the same quality as the $800 an ounce.
Well, you know, I'm not hard to get hold of, is all I can say.
It's not often that real Skittles comes around. Like that true cut, the true pheno of Skittles comes around. Yeah. It's a pain, it's a nightmare to grow. It's a plant that they say the stalks stay soft. Where most plants, if you're growing outdoors, if it's a heavy flowering plant, like 3/4 of the way through flower, you got to watch it where you can have branches break from weight after heavy rain. Skittles, true Skittles, is known to break under its own weight in veg because the stalks just never, they stay soft. They're susceptible to pests and molds because, again, it's soft, so anything that hits it is...
Is that why they use
taken whole.
string sometimes to keep the, if you fall over? Not just keep them from going up, but from going down, maybe?
Well, you're, what it sounds like you're talking about is a trellis net.
Trellis net?
When you grow with a trellis net, people use them outside for support, but 9 out of 10 times it's indoor, and it's more for training the plant. It's so you can keep your canopy at an even height.
Yeah.
I've seen the biggest I've seen single plant covered little more than a quarter of a 10 by 10 tent. So the canopy was a little bit bigger than 5 by 5. They never posted videos post-harvest, but I would guess one plant probably 15 to 20 pounds. Done with a trellis net. And again, it was they probably vegged the plant, training it for over a year before they put it into flower.
Whoa.
But just literally about a 6 by 6 canopy total of just giant, massive colas.
Well, I got to tell you what, that's so impressive that if home grow ever gets heard in a bill form, somebody's going to say, you can grow as much as 15 pounds with a plant, and that would be 60 pounds.
So I'll tell you...
Don't tell David Evans any of this
say that
shit.
out loud.
I don't know the laws fully in California, but from what I understand, they drastically, a few years back, cut the plant count. They pulled away like the 99 plant. They said if you own property
I don't care
up
about
to a
California.
certain size, which was fairly large, you could grow like 25 plants. And Mendo Dope did Rappers Growers. They're third generation growers out there. Yeah. They said, you know what? We're gonna prove to you that even putting plant counts is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And they grew 25 of the largest plants you would ever see. And when they were out on tour, the sheriff's department came in and raided their property and cut down and chopped all the plants, even though they were legal, because they said by the mass amount that they had there, it couldn't be legal. They won in court, but it was estimated it would have been 750 to 850 pounds dry.
Wow.
Out of 25 plants, and technically that's 24 large plants, because every year they apparently attempt to grow the largest cannabis plant ever. And because you're not on the equator and you don't have that super long growth season, they start them indoor. But what they do is they strip the plant. They don't top it, and they strip it, so it keeps charging up. And it literally ends up, the pictures I've seen of the years they do it, it ends up being like a 15-foot tall plant with just a small little round bush all the way up at the top.
Yeah,
like
right.
You got to use a scissor lift to work on it. But out of 24 plants, they estimated 750 to 850 pounds dry. And that was their way of saying, stop fucking with us. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
A lot of people in California used to be able to push the 99 plant count because you were going with the argument that you use the plant live.
Yeah.
You juice
What
the
was
plant.
they had a plant count while they were arguing for a better plant count, or was this in getting it for the first time?
I forget what initially the plant counts what you were allowed to grow, but I know you used to be able to go in and apply for a permit, which would allow you up to 99 plants, which is where
and then they wanted more after that.
Well, no.
I'm kind of confused
State
because I'm
wanted-
looking at it from a New Jersey point of view.
Well, the state wanted to regulate it because what happened is they realized a lot of the people were going in and arguing for a 99 count plant limit so they could grow and sell. So what people go in and argue is I don't use the plant, I don't smoke it, I don't eat it, I use it live for the anti-inflammatory purposes, for the non-narcotics.
Yeah, man. We have some pop-up
And they
supporters
would
here.
essentially say they juice the plant. So which you're going to go through almost a full plant in 2 to 3 days.
What do you think? Tom?
Impeach Nick Scutari.
Can
Let
we?
voters vote. Vote for home.
Anybody
grow.
got a pen?
Vote for home. Grow. Vote for home. Grow. Yes.
Yeah. This could draw a warning. You know, for real. Hey.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Can't do that. It's like saying, stop this podcast down.
No.
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 Let's just take the shortcut, you know.
I should put the camera over there.
Well, it's just kind of
It's good
funny.
stuff.
It's kind of funny to get some passerby help.
I love it.
You know, not your responsibility, man. Hmm? Anyway,
Hey, the construction finally stopped. And I'm cranking this stuff up. I'm cranking it super loud now.
why did I do that?
What's that?
I have a reflex reaction. I have this, and I have this little jet fuel lighter, and
Oh, man.
I keep lighting
Get 'em backwards,
just
fill my
because
throat,
I have it
especially
in
when it
my
gets
hand,
warm.
though. You know.
Can I try some of that rosin?
Once again, you wouldn't be directing that at me. I get resin on my fingers when I smoke a good joint, though.
Clean out my rig here with
I was mad. I was sitting in that hospital. I realized the last few days I was in there, I was like, yo, I got that fucking eighth of rosin sitting in my car, just baking away. Oh,
decarboxylating.
Well, there you
It was
go.
nice, light in color, creamy. It's all dry now.
Does that make it stronger in the car?
I don't think so.
No. Gives you more CBG, makes you go to sleep, right?
Theoretically. I don't know how the rosin
On
breaks
paper.
down.
Oh,
Go
man.
ahead, hit it. That shit-
Oh, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Jim, you got to try this. This is some real stuff.
Yeah, thanks for the warning. They didn't start
Oh.
that way, though.
That's real GMO. That's another strain like Skittles. Like, there's certain strains that everybody loves crossing because they want to create something special. But GMO, Skittles, a lot of those crazy strains, it's like 1 out of 1,000. 1 out of 1,000 crosses will have the parent flavor in it. I ran a couple GMO crosses a year and a half ago, and we got like 2 that were like GMO light. It was like the light beer version of GMO. Like it just had a real light taste to it.
Don't be disrespectful. You gotta help me do this.
I already took a hit.
This is the Medman effect I was talking about.
I'm waiting for Seth here, and I'm gonna throw the rest of that rosin in another blunt.
The one time I refused to help you smoke was the one time we were in UFCW 360 in Berlin, where we had ashtrays and we were allowed,
Yeah.
but it was during somebody having a panel discussion, and I'm like, you know me.
Listen, I won't even bust your chops because we smoked a shit ton of weed outside. Because when we
Yeah.
got there,
Oh,
we
I
didn't-
did good out.
We didn't think I didn't think we were going to be able to smoke in the building. I was
Right.
telling
Well, I didn't know.
somebody that
We got
story.
there at the same time.
I was like, it's funny. I pulled up, parked across the street, and as I was walking out of the parking lot, you pulled
parking
in,
just
and I'm
across
like,
the
look
street.
at this fucking building. They're not going to let us smoke inside of
Yeah.
here.
It
So-
said cannabis friendly. Yeah, that means, they say it with a nice thing when they say,
So-
oh, please stop.
I had them
friendly.
torpedo pre-rolls. They're
Yeah.
2 grams of
Oh,
flour,
I was there.
half a gram of concentrate. I said, well, we got to smoke one of these before we go in because if we can't smoke inside, we got to be high before we go in there.
Yeah. So
Then there was ashtrays.
and
And
I
I
helped-
grabbed Dan and was like,
I
"Dude,
helped
we
you out. I
can
did
smoke in here.
I did not say no. I helped
Well-
you. I helped you finish what you had, and I thought nice because I got a driver even.
I'll tell you, I'm bad when I go into events like that say they're cannabis friendly. I like to test them.
Yeah.
I want to smoke the building out just to see if they're cannabis friendly or they're just trying to cash in.
Right. Yeah. But then when we walked in, it was the strangest sight.
Yeah.
The ashtrays on all the tables. It was like, what? How is that even possible?
So there's a event space spot in Red Bank called the Scarlet Reserve Room. And somebody I know up in Middletown, she contacts me. She goes, hey, they're doing a cannabis-friendly comedy show in Red Bank. And I'm like, yeah, they do them all the time, events like that. They're probably renting out a warehouse space or something. And she goes,
but
no, it's right in downtown Red Bank. Gave me the name of it. And I was like, cannabis-friendly? I said, you know what? I had a buddy from North Jersey that we were trying to get together. And I hit him up. I said, oh, can you get to Red Bank tomorrow? There's a smoke-friendly comedy show. And we got there, and I dumped out my book bag and probably had a little over an ounce of exotic and eighth bags on the table and a couple jars of rosin. And we just started rolling cannons, and we smoked like 6 fat ones, probably 4 grams of rosin. There was 1 or 2 other people that had like little pre-rolls they brought with them, smoked a couple joints, and that was it. And we smoked from the time we sat down there to the time they were done. Had every comedian tell her up there making jokes saying we got them a contact high.
Yeah.
I called her up when I left. I said they're definitely cannabis friendly. I said if they didn't say anything to us, I think the second time we went back there, they asked us not to get as comfortable as we did the time before.
Oh, not to get as
And
comfortable.
she said it to my buddy, and I
I'm just
laughed.
so see, that's nice, right?
Well,
They're friendly.
I
That's
looked
what they
at him
said.
and
Ken was
laughed.
friendly. They were friendly when they said that. They nudged. They just,
I said,
yeah.
were they talking about how much we smoked? Because the last time we were here, there was 2 of us, and this time there's 4 of us. So there's going to be twice as much smoke.
Yeah, but how many people were in there not smoking or only had little pinners or whatever?
The first
In other
time
words,
I went there, there was literally only 1 or 2 people. Like, you could tell they didn't believe it was cannabis friendly. So they brought like a little, they were like, we'll test the water.
But as much as you did smoke, it wasn't an overall large average because the average was brought down by 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0,
So I
and
went
everything
there
you did.
about a month and a half later.
You should have been gold.
There was a lot more people smoking. In the beginning, everybody shot. It was downtown Red Bank. What it is they used to be a tobacco lounge. And they're now cannabis friendly, so technically they're one of the few places that you're still allowed to consume inside a building is an existing cigar bar or tobacco lounge.
So how does that work out? Where was it? Red Bank? Where that we all it was indoors, right?
It is right like over by the waterfront, right in downtown there.
Yeah.
Like the first couple times I went, it made me nervous a couple times because.
Yeah, but I want to be perfectly clear. Was it indoors or out? It was indoors.
Yeah.
Nice.
And there's a couple times where even I've been to pop-up events there, and they've had the door closed, and traffic will back up because of the traffic light there, and there'll be a cop sitting outside. You look out the door and listen, just being old school. Like these younger guys, they look at a cop and don't flinch, but you know it's legal now. And if you're at an event like that and you see a cop by the front door, a car pull by, you first thing you think is, here we go. You're checking to make sure what you got. You're like, yeah, I don't care.
That would be what I would bet on if I had to place a quick wager and to stop it all. What comes next?
Listen, I know somebody that was at an event in South Jersey, I want to say 5-6 months ago, and they hit the event.
Yep.
And a buddy of mine was working for another vendor. He said they were there for 45 minutes, and they arrested a handful of vendors that had mushrooms on the table, and one of the vendors had an illegal gun, and then they walked out of the building. My buddy was working for somebody else. He goes, didn't know what to do. He goes, I didn't know if I should pack the table up and go. He goes, we're looking at each other like they just walked out the building without saying anything. So they're like, well, they're coming back in. And then they're thinking, well, shit, like, do we pack it up and leave it here with the promoter? Because are they just going to pull us over coming out of here?
They didn't come back.
And, well, like I explained to him, the issue is if they just go into the event, what are they going to say? It's a civil rights violation to launch an investigation on sight or smell of marijuana.
Well, look at it.
It doesn't matter if you see pounds of it.
What's easiest for them? That part, what they did was the easy part. Now they can leave and everybody's fine, or they can go further and, like you're saying, they know what's coming.
I preach it to
It was
everybody.
a good move.
Although they lessen the punishment for lower amounts of mushrooms, like that's what they're looking for now. I give people my charges exactly like when they couldn't hit me with all the weed charges because of legalization. They stretched 1.4 ounces
So we're
of
done
mushrooms
smoking? Is that
into
we're done?
seven
smoking.
felonies. Under 28 grams of mushrooms
You got a reflex.
is a misdemeanor charge. It's not a misdemeanor, a municipal charge. It's like what a possession under 50 grams of cannabis used to be before legalization.
You know,
But an ounce and over is still a felony.
Yep.
And they can't get those cannabis charges now like they used to. So when they find mushrooms, they still think they can go hard.
They're working on that. The legislators are pretty quick.
So-
Trying to how quick can they get money from mushrooms?
I warn people. I go, listen, if you or somebody uses mushrooms, or if you're a vendor, keep less than an ounce of mushrooms on you, because under 28 grams is that municipal charge.
Well, there isn't actually going to be any vendors.
You're going to get arrested, and you're going to get released, and then you're going to go to court, and there's no prison involved. You don't got to tell your job you were convicted of a crime.
Well,
But
there's
if
not
it's
actually
28
going
and
to.
over.
There won't be
still a
any
felony.
vendors. There won't be any. It'll be unless they sell it to the service centers that you will be able to go in and have the experience. That's what's going to pass. Just it's already heading that way. But that is going to be maximum profit. How does that work? I don't generally say follow the money that quick, but in this case, yeah.
It's a catch-22 because most people are arguing for medicinal purposes. So if they're going to legalize mushrooms for medicinal purposes, they're going to want you to take them somewhere in a safe environment. That's not like cannabis where you go smoke it wherever. Listen, I believe mushrooms are safe, but if you're talking about using it for a medical purpose, they're going to want it in a controlled space. I believe personally in a lot of hallucinogens. I know somebody personally that did, I think it was an ayahuasca treatment that was
It'll work for me.
He was an opiate addict. He was 13 years clean, and he told me, and this is 5 years after he did that, but he told me 13 years clean, he didn't get the urge to use, but there was times where he wouldn't go out with his friends because he goes, I was afraid if I ran into somebody that had it, I might get the urge.
That's all you need to do, though. I mean, that's when you got that part right, you're good.
He went down there, did one treatment. He told me some crazy stories,
Yeah.
which I won't.
And which was this repeat? What?
I believe it was ayahuasca he did. He went to South America.
Yeah.
It's illegal to do here, but this is somebody who was. You ever hear of you hear of functioning drug addicts.
Yeah.
He was a functioning heroin
Well,
addict. He made $400,000 to $500,000 a year, so he could afford to have it and still pay bills. When he got clean, he said for years he always hit it, and he said he went down there when he came back after doing that treatment once. He told me one of his biggest things that triggered him and bothered him was Pulp Fiction, and I watched it with him, and I never caught on. I've seen it with him a couple times because I also enjoy the film. He couldn't watch the John Travolta scene where he shoots up and they show the needle and the blood. And he told me his goal was when he came back, he was going to watch the movie to see if he could sit through the scene. And he said it took him almost 3 weeks to watch the movie. And he said when he got to the end credits of the movie, he didn't even realize he watched it all. And I said to him, I'm like, really? I'm like, dude, you should have said something. And he goes, I used to get embarrassed. He goes, I used to get embarrassed about it. He goes, I know exactly what point to get up and go to the bathroom. And I said, I've seen it at your house because, he's got the big projector and the crazy sound, surround sound. And he goes, yeah, I knew the exact point and how long to be gone for.
Well, you mentioned something that got me thinking. There is different ways to enjoy cannabis, and it's whatever level of legalization it is or isn't. But that when you have enough years of always looking in the rearview mirror for possession of any amount whatsoever, decades of looking in the rearview mirror, and no matter where you were, you either did or didn't. It was either hid or wasn't. And everything's centered around that. I mean, where would you? Because sometimes nothing would happen, and sometimes something would. But now, I look around, and again today, nobody's breaking the law.
So
But why am I enjoying the fact that this is as legal as shit right now, and I could walk away with 5 3/4 ounces and put it on the dashboard of my car and drive the hell home on Interstate 295 and boo, nothing. Okay, anyway, I'm just saying, let's go. I'll get down your thanks.
Absolute worst case scenario is they can confiscate it.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
But
I was more worried having something if I really needed to get where I was going.
I'm not, of your generation, but I'm of the generation of you get pulled over and they confiscate your weed and you drive off. You're like,
That
They're
was
pretty
never
much
that
thanking
was
them.
never much the issue. You know, I mean, actually, in the mid-late 70s, it looked like it was going to be legal because you really wouldn't get brought in if you had what was obviously less than an ounce. It just, for about a 3-year period, that was the understanding, and it worked that way.
Well, it pushed hard with the drug war because of the drug war.
Well,
You have to reduce
1981,
arrests.
just say no, boom,
And-
right turn, Clyde.
If you've got to make arrests, the easiest arrests are working class stone.
Too, it doesn't concern me too much more than past home grow. And then with me, but you are right about what you're saying. You're going to live out that bullshit and it'd be like, you're just caught in the next wave or two behind me, that's all.
So I don't have the experience with homeopathic medicines and stuff, but this is no different than any other herb people use to treat medical. It's something that grows and it's safe.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
the way I
I know. And
I honestly think it should be descheduled altogether.
well, yeah, it should. But the thing is, it's whatever slope that's on and degree of difficulty, it's all going to the same bottom of the hill, and it's gonna get there. But I've been so disappointed at the increments that should be so easy to make. I don't have it. I am not a tireless advocate. I'm tired.
Listen, this is a
Really pretty high, anyway.
I hate to go. This is a nationwide political issue.
Yeah, sure it
The
is.
biggest opposition is all the people that hold power are of your generation and older.
Yeah, we're
Which-
bastards.
When you talk politic-wise, these are people who have zero experience with it,
Oh.
personal experience, and have a set mind frame that you're never going to change.
Couldn't agree more. The thing is, I'm against people of my generation hear from an entirely different point of view, and they have all the teeth.
I'm somebody that believes that we all honestly that
Yeah.
sitting politician and vote them out.
Yeah, that's what you can. That's what you can
None
do.
of them fear their job.
But what I say is, people actually some
They're-
need to take that to heart, and it's not just voting how you know you should vote. If you could convince, say, 10 people who are fence sitters. Now, I've never done that. I do that in a way for other stuff, but yeah, that's what you got to do. But vote them all out. I don't know. I think that was something in Eisenhower's term or something.
Young-
You know,
What
happened right after Rome burned with Nero. They vote
Just-
them all out.
just
I'm saying,
generational wise,
it's
young
oh, yeah.
politicians are more open-minded.
generations have excelled. Like in that book, Future Shock, they're so close together. Major shifts happening so close. The generation technically is 14 years. They overlap. So it's more like based on a 28-year cycle. In some way, but it's just that it happens so much more rapidly now. With everything that we're doing now, we couldn't have done 28 years ago. None of this. Couldn't do it.
I can't wait till probation's over. I'm setting
Next month. What are you going to do to celebrate? You got to do something.
I'm setting a table up out here.
Don't you have some paperwork you could like burn or something?
Listen, my celebration will be, and anybody's welcome to join me when they are forced to release the e-rigs they took that were legal and my seeds. I'm meeting up with a group of people, probably going to go live at the police station that I'll be picking up at. We're going to have a smoke session outside. I actually have my paperwork in for my medical card now. So
Where might that be?
Dover Township.
Oh man.
And I'm gonna, as soon as that fucking, I'm gonna put that blunt out, put it on my ear, and walk in.
You got to go like hometown on me now. So like what you're saying is, when will you have a date? How soon? What's the time lag in you saying here it is? Here's the time.
The 19th of next month, I go back to court.
Yeah.
They may try and extend my probation because I've been fighting with them. I had to go for a drug treatment analysis because I had drug charges.
Mm.
And the initial analysis, the girl said, I don't understand what you're here for. Because I walked in and she goes, just a heads up, part of this procedure is you've got to give us a urine screening. And I'm like, okay. And she goes, she did the sniff, and I'm like, listen, I just put that shit out and threw it in your ashtray, your ash bin when I was walking in the building. I know I use cannabis. I got to come in here and deal with this bullshit. I'm going to smoke before I come in here. And she goes, well, we've got to report to probation and your urine screening. And I said, okay, and? She goes, well, if you're going to fail for cannabis. And I looked at her and laughed. I said, at this point, they've gotten 6 urine analysis from me loaded with cannabis. Like, I told her, I said, they stopped calling me into the office because I would get a ride, sit in the parking lot, smoke a blunt, and then walk into my probation office with an ounce of weed and stinking like weed, just to put the bag of weed through the x-ray machine for the sheriff's officers. And they stopped asking me to come in. Like, I'm like, I don't care, they know. And she goes, so wait. So we start the interview, and she asked me what I was there for. She starts giving me acronyms for programs. I go, I don't know what you're talking about. She goes, are you here for a DUI charge? I go, no.
LOL.
I said, she goes, what are you here for? And that was my answer. My answer to her was, if you promise to try not to laugh, I promise to try and say this with a straight face. And she goes, I said, I'm here for cannabis charges and a couple mushroom charges. And she goes, no. How? Why? It's legal. I said, well, my charges stem from prior to legalization. I had over the legal amount now anyway. I said, they forced me to come here. So then after we're talking, she goes, she goes, okay, well, you tested hot for cannabis and that's it. I said, well, I don't use anything else. I don't even drink. And she goes, well, I can't allow you into my program. I said, get that. You deal with like opiate addicts and benzo addicts, like people with hardcore drug addiction. And she goes, I don't even understand. She goes, what I can't comprehend is why you're here. If the court system allows you to use cannabis and it's legal, I don't even know why you're here. Well, apparently paperwork got lost and the woman doesn't work in the facility. So they want me to go somewhere else. I'm like, listen, I did this. You guys failed to file the paperwork. Like, I'm not dealing with this again. You want me to go for some bullshit they won't accept me in any program. The woman goes, I could allow you to come in here and sit in my office and talk for a week. She goes, I don't know what they want you to do with me. And my response to her was, because we were getting along and she was cracking jokes, was I said, you want to know what I picture? They want me in your program. So when I can get up there in front of the podium and go, I'm here for weed, somebody can stand up and go, you ever suck dick for weed? Like in Half Baked. And she almost fell out of her chair laughing. And she goes, listen, since that movie came out, she goes, every kid that comes in here 18 to 30 on a first time weed charge, she goes, that's all that comes into my mind. Like, you're really sending them here? Like, we have people who are dealing with opiate addiction, like who at rock bottom have lost everything and fighting, to try and come back, and you send somebody here because they got
have that person testify at a proper committee hearing one time. That would be awesome. Somebody in that system going, why are you sending people here? We could use that. I mean, there are people that probably would. Anybody that would say that. And is it a situation of, well, I don't want to lose my job, in which case I understand. But you see what I'm saying? It's like, we're right, they're wrong, but we're still here. That's partially our fault somehow. We just need to figure out why.
It's about money. All of those facilities have put up and dealt with that. Even though the counselors bitch about it.
I get that. The money thing, I get. You don't need to run
the
through
money
it.
Is somebody coming in there that's
stipulate,
not a real drug addict, that they don't have to work to get them help.
Yeah, and while it is about the money, it's sort of like that's true, but it does not mean you can't get somewhere without money. People somehow they jump that arc over some other dots they don't necessarily touch.
I agree with you.
So the thing is, I think maybe people like maybe me should do something a little more creative. Like, okay, I'll show you what I mean, and I'll do something.
Not to interrupt you, Jim, but look, Seth got a new car.
I didn't even recognize Seth. I didn't even recognize you.
Oh, flashing!
Now, how would I not recognize you? Holy shit! Sorry to be so mundane about seeing you, and I've seen the picture. Yeah, I'm kind of tethered, so to speak. Yeah, congrats, man. And and like, just fitting in with what we're talking about, you are one of those success stories where you are because of cannabis, not in spite of it. You're here because your trouble was with opiates, and you relied on cannabis to do what you needed to do, and you are one of the bigger success stories. I mean, how long have you been coming to podcasts? It's been a while.
A couple years.
A couple, more than a couple, few. I remember you remind me of a friend of mine a little bit one time. So I remember it's been more than a couple. I'll bet it's 5-6 years.
I got two.
I'll find an old picture. I have one somewhere.
Last Saturday was 2 years clean.
Yeah, man. It was great. Now, all that being said, I know I see things differently because of all the years that it was a reflex of, holy crap, law authority, you got pot. It's a big reflexive action. But when I look out now and see, and you're talking about being clean 2 years, you're a legal ass adult. You can walk around with 5 ounces of cannabis on you if you want. You don't have to look over your damn shoulder no more. And now you look out and see where people can just show up, and we're doing this on the State House Annex lawn.
Crazy to see this.
Yeah, isn't it? I just feel like I'm more excited than anybody here for some reason, and I can't pin it down. I'm thinking I'm 72. It's been a long time coming, and all those years, and I'm breathing. And
listen, what I've learned over the last, really since legalization, since people have been exposed to events like this, is how mind-blowing it is to people. I used to see it once in a while, because I used to vend a lot up in New York.
Yeah.
When I used to bring people to these events, like, they would be dumbfounded. And that's what I explained to somebody, and they were like, oh, well, now it's illegal. I'm like, no. The reason you want to go to these events is you can see 100 different strains of cannabis.
Yep.
And you can smell it, touch it, and everything else.
Well, now you can...
Forget about the deals, just the options you have.
This is like... We used to have to go smoke over there. Patience.
I'll tell you, and I
Right there.
may have told the story. The absolute best give and take I've ever seen in my life was a few years ago. I was at an event in Massachusetts, and they had recreational legalization up here, but we still ain't down here. I think we might have, just had medical for a couple of years, and we went to an event, and it was held at the Massachusetts State Fairgrounds. And the deal with if you rent the state fairgrounds is you have to have state police as part of your security. The first of my buddy was, we walk in there and he was afraid to smoke because he was like, they're going to just pull me over and hit me with a DUI when I leave. And I'm like, no. But the ultimate give and take, I told somebody it was the most beautiful thing. And when I pointed it out to them, they're from up there, they go, I never thought of that, because he was big in activism up there. And I said, this is the most beautiful give and take I've ever seen. He goes, what's that? Well, Massachusetts, you're allowed to sell up to an ounce, which is what they should allow in Jersey, because if I go into the dispensary, if I've got extra meds at the end of the month and I buy an ounce in the dispensary in Jersey, what am I paying, $200 to $500? So if I'm going to give you up to an ounce, at the bare minimum, you should be allowed to give me what that ounce cost me in a dispensary. It's not, nobody's wealthy like that you can just hand out $200 to $300 like it's nothing.
Yeah, I wouldn't think.
So what they do up there is where you have jars on the table, they only keep an ounce on them. And same thing with the concentrates up there. People would have trays of their concentrates out in gram jars. And this was the give and take. When the cops would walk around and make their trip around the fairgrounds, people would literally take a sweatshirt, a towel, and throw it over the tray of concentrates. And the cops would keep walking. And my one buddy goes, well, what do you mean? I said, listen, the cops basically said, we know what you guys are doing here. If you cover up the real illegal shit, we'll act like, if you act like you don't have it, we'll act like we don't know it's there.
Yeah.
And they would walk around, and because I said to somebody, I'm like, why'd you throw the towel over the box? And she goes, we're only allowed to have up to, I think it was 10 or whatever grams of concentrate. So she goes, when the police walk around, we just have to cover it up. And I was like, are you serious? Like, I'm from Jersey, cops are assholes. Like, you know, they'd stop and go, we know what's under there, we know what you're doing. But the most beautiful give and take on both sides.
Well, it's good.
Our side said,
See that now and then.
we'll act like we're not doing it, even though you know we're doing it. We'll act like it. And the other side said, as long as you act like it, we'll play stupid.
The original give and take here a decade and more ago would be with the Weedman celebration, and the state police well aware, and there'd be in a certain amount of time where you can gather, and we're going to let it run. Now, one time, for some reason, they said, listen, I want you to tell everybody. And I'm like, whoa, I'm just an attendee. He goes, be that as it may, would you rather do it, or would you rather us go over and do it right now? And I go, oh, okay, let me hear you out. And they said, you got to tell, and, it was like, it was like, okay, it was fair. It was like 20 minutes, and, you could stretch it for half an hour, and everybody would just smoke pot and take over the road, that half of the road even. Now, once I did that, I came back and told them that, and I'm looking over with pride for like a minute, like, isn't this wonderful? And then 2 minutes, and then I look, and I'm standing with 4 state troopers, all by myself, the only person with them, and I'm like, listen, you realize how bad this looks? I'm here hanging with you right now. I got to go, But see, I started enjoying even that little give and take. So, that's always nice,
Listen, I'll tell you from past experience. I got friends whose family were in law enforcement, so I went to the family barbecues, and I've always been a fuck you with everywhere but my place of employment. So I wouldn't smoke before the barbecue. I smoke at the barbecue. Yeah. Like, I'm not. People that invited me know I smoke. They didn't ask me.
Yeah, no. See, that's on them. If you're at a barbecue and you're invited, you're gonna smoke.
Off duty, 80 to 90% of them would be totally cool. Like, they wouldn't come over and want to smell it or anything like that. But you could have a conversation with them and they wouldn't make. It was about 10 to 20% were dicks about it. And my buddy's father used to tell him, "Listen, he's family. If you don't fucking like it, leave." Like, he's family. If you don't like it, leave. And my argument to them is, listen, at that point I had stopped drinking. Listen, when I stopped drinking, I'm at a barbecue where everybody's consuming alcohol. Just because I choose cannabis, you really can't say shit to me and complain while you're drinking.
Oh, yeah, they can. It's been going on for a while.
I've had that. Listen, when they legalized, I did that. I had a friend in law enforcement that said, listen, we're having a debate with a few cops that are trained in detecting intoxicated driving. And he goes, I want you to come out and settle a debate. And I started giggling on the phone. And he goes, you've been waiting for this, huh? And I was like, uh-huh.
I've been waiting for that.
Uh-huh.
I love this.
You're describing a dream of mine.
And he said, yo, can you meet up with me at this place?
In my
And I'm
dream,
like-
I said, yeah. How about you? Right?
And it's funny, Jim, because he kept saying to me, he's like, dude, you'll be fine. And I'm laughing. I'm like, I've known you since I'm 4 years old. Like, you're my brother. Like, I know I'll be fine. And
Sign me up.
They had me blaze up, and they gave me a field sobriety test. And I smoked one on the ride there. When I got there, I put it out. I did a field sobriety, passed everything. And one of the officers said, well, no, we should make him wait 20 minutes. So my answer was, well, can I finish smoking this? And they sarcastically chuckled and said, go right ahead. I smoked it. 25 minutes go by. Go through the whole field sobriety test. And I'll tell you, this is somebody who only has 40% use in my right foot from a car accident. So I still passed all the balance tests. I smoked the second blunt. As they were about to start the field sobriety test, I sarcastically said, well, do we have to wait 20 minutes? And they kind of laughed because they were like, oh, we got him now. I do the second one. I roll up a third blunt, smoke it, do another field sobriety test. And then in the meantime, I'm showing them like bags of exotic flower and stuff. And they're like, oh my God, like I've never, like this is crazy. This is what weed is today. And I'm like, well, this is special weed. Like this is like super top tier. And they started accusing me of they thought maybe I was smoking the stuff they sell in the gas station. That's what he said. And I said, you saw it and smelled it. It's not.
Yeah.
After the third blunt, I did another field sobriety test.
Doesn't
And then I
surprise me.
turned and I started busting their chops. And my buddy's almost on the floor laughing because I looked at him and said, like, that's 3 blunts.
You know, it's
do
like
we-
if
do I
I
gotta
were
roll
them, why
another
would
one?
I want to do this with you?
I said, do I? well, they
That's like, why do they start
So-
with you and work their way where?
So they didn't-
No, they should start with somebody that you know
So this was
doesn't have this history that
this
they
was
could like
prove a point, Jim.
win.
This was to prove a point. And
No, they could have graduated up to you. They could have learned from somebody who's like you light.
well, my buddy's argument was the people that are smoking and driving have been smoking and driving.
Yeah.
Like it's not somebody trying it for the first time and
Right.
getting behind the wheel because
Yeah.
they can't function.
Right. Yeah, that's
So-
a reality.
I looked at him and said, yo, that's 3 blunts. Like, are you guys satisfied? Because I can do this all day long.
Yeah.
And then we were talking, and I said, listen, how many of you guys, because there was 3 other cops that I didn't know. I said, how many of you guys stop even just once or
Well,
twice a week at the bar or your buddy's house, have a few beers? And they jumped on real quick, like, we're not all alcohol. I said, I'm not calling you alcoholics. I'm just trying to make a point.
Yeah, but
And they agreed with me, and I said, well, you can have 2 or 3 beers and drive or function. I can. I don't drink. I have 1 beer, and my balance is fine.
so it's based on the test, though. How would they quantify? Okay, if they say, yeah, we suspect you, and no, we're not going to do a field test. What's their other option? Because
Well,
a field test
So
is
I'll
going
tell
to
you,
give real
again,
varying results.
to educate people now, if they want to give you a field sobriety test, they have to catch you smoking, or you have to admit to it, because they can't use the smell. Because listen, if we were in an enclosed area doing this podcast and you didn't consume and we all smoked, you're gonna smell like weed. You're gonna change your clothes when you get
As a
home.
patient, I have the right to pull into Wawa 25 feet from the door and medicate, and then as I feel ready to drive again, I get to drive.
So if you admit,
You know, so like, where does that figure into?
so if you
They don't
admit-
have a test to say otherwise.
If you admit to smoking within 24 hours,
Yeah.
they're most likely going to pull you out and ask you to do a field sobriety. And I did one with some troopers on 70 because I really didn't care.
As a
'cause I feel
patient
like,
with
yeah.
messed up feet, what would their field sobriety test be
So-
for me?
So what happens is when they pull
No,
you
I
out to do
can't
that
do it.
field sobriety test, the first thing they're supposed to ask you is if you have any type of medical conditions that will affect it.
Yeah.
when they had me do one on the side of the road, they asked me, and I told them, I said, and I used the medical terms, so there was no question. I said I had a closed reduction fracture of the right forefoot. I said I have some balance issues, and the cop said, "Can you give that to me in layman's terms?" I said, "Layman's terms." I said, I held up my hand. I said, "You know your foot?" I said, "Where your ankle is to your toes?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "I dislocated every one of the bones in that area." I said, "My right foot looked like a football with toes sticking out." I said, "I have 40% usage of my right foot." And he goes, "Okay." And I didn't do the best on the balance test, but they didn't even question it. Because at that point, if it went to court, I've got a doctor that's seen me for 20 some years since my accident, and he's going to come in and say, "Well, yeah, he has balance issues." And they can't prove I was intoxicated at that point, because that's all they use is the test. But as long as you don't admit to smoking within 24 hours, or they don't catch you smoking and driving, they can't give you a field sobriety test. So you just tell them no, you haven't. When they ask you if you've smoked, you say no. And if they tell you they smell burnt cannabis, go, "Listen, it was around somebody."
Me too.
Prove it. They had the girl in Tom's River.
Can't get rid of the smell. That has a cloying effect. It gets in everything. Is there something you could recommend?
It's not like alcohol where you've got to consume it to smell like it. Like I said, if this was
I know, but it's all like,
if this was enclosed,
there's no way to change that.
This was an enclosed tent, and somebody didn't smoke, was in here, they'd jump in the car, and they're going to reek like burnt cannabis.
Yeah.
And they may never have touched it.
I got to tell you, I've copped to it before on more than one occasion, or occasionally my better half and me, you get a good deal in a motel at a casino because you're part of a club and everything. You'd go there, and it was no big deal. I mean, I'm not smoking up a storm or anything, and if it made her more comfortable, I'll go and do it in the bathroom. Doesn't matter, but I do that. But then I can't help myself from taking that last token, blowing it out through my shirt just before getting in the elevator, in the hopes that it gets silent and I can go, "Hey, I smell pot." I just kind of wanted to do it only because then when it got even quieter, I can look innocent and go, "Oh, never mind."
New Jersey casinos, when you walk in, they all have a sign.
Yeah.
One of the few places in Jersey, as a patient, you can't consume where tobacco is. You're technically not even allowed to have cannabis on their property.
Yeah, I didn't ask
because they fall under federal guidelines.
Yeah.
They don't harass you on the smoking floors because I've smoked them out.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a funny story. I had,
but unless they get a complaint. I did get off an elevator where I got in, and another guy's wouldn't even go, "See, I tell you, I wouldn't be the only one." He like two squirrels meeting somewhere, and then we went our opposite ways.
I had a buddy of mine. I got a comp room, and a buddy of mine and his wife came down, and his wife smoked cigarettes and knows I don't smoke cigarettes. So she had a few drinks, and when she was done gambling at 2:00 in the morning, she got off the elevator 2 floors early and was going to smoke a cigarette in the stairwell.
Oh, I don't think I see that.
No, very bad. She set off the smoke detector in the stairwell. Well, down in Atlantic City, when that smoke detector goes off, you know how if you set the one off in your room, they don't care that you're smoking weed. They just got to come in and make sure it wasn't a fire.
Yeah.
Well, when you set off the ones in the stairwell, the fire department has to come and make sure there wasn't a fire.
Yeah.
So they can fine you up to, I think the guy told me, $850, which they were ready to fine me by the time they got up there because she was talking shit. But cannabis friendly, I opened the door. I figured it's his wife and she lost her key card. So I opened the door and I got a big old fatty in my mouth. The room smoked out, and I literally opened the door and there's smoke coming out with me, blunt in my mouth, and 3 security guards and my buddy's wife. I turned around, put the blunt down. And that was one of the few times I thought I might get kicked out. I was able to talk them out of the fine. We tipped them a nice amount. And my buddy goes, "Are they going to say anything about the weed?" And I'm like, "Well, if the phone don't ring in the next 15, 20 minutes, we're good. But if they call, we got to pack up and go." I said, "The worst, they can throw us out." I said, "I've never had the issue in any of those hotels. I've been down there and it smelled so bad on the floor one time I had to run to the ice machine. I was down there with a girl on date, and I run to the ice machine. I get back, and she was like, "I was looking for the blunt. Like, you took it with you?" I'm like, "You didn't smell the floor when we got off the elevator? Like, there was almost smoke clouds in the hallway." I was like, "Nah, I smoked that shit on the way to the elevator."
So anyway, this is all shit people can fix in the next 25 years. I feel like, like old.
That'll be what
That don't concern me.
because
That
of
was
the
George III thing, you know. That was his landlord. Like, don't
the
concern
gaming
me as long as I
license.
get my rent.
because of the gaming.
And out the
license,
back door, I went.
They fall under federal.
Yeah. You know why I like George Thorogood? I'm going to digress for a second. From digressing. Digress. Yeah, when Kathy and me went to see him in a concert, it's a great concert, you know. I mean, he is just like, he's George Thorogood, but he tells the story. He goes, you know, and a friend of mine said, George, you know, your new song, it sounds a lot like your last song. And I said, well, how do you like my last song? He said, I liked it just fine. And I said, well, there you go. And then he started into one. But beyond all that, at the end, he gave away guitar picks. He had a whole bunch. And it was like 3 deep at the stage. And we're never in a hurry to leave anyway. You know, I'm not going to jam up on the way out. So then he left, and then about 5 minutes later, he came back, and he had a whole bunch more guitar picks. And he stayed there and gave guitar picks away till there was nobody there. Who does that?
Nobody.
George Thorogood does. He also gets away with this. He's playing his standard George Thorogood stuff, and he starts like maybe 15 feet away, and he takes these little foot-long steps, you know, like coming out a little step at a time, turning, and he comes and he walks out to the front, and he's playing, and he gives it a thing, and then he stops and he goes like that, and it's just a roar, you know. It was sort of like, I don't know, and he always feels local, being like from Delaware, and you live by exit 43. That's pretty damn close.
That's right. It was the Delaware Destroyers, right? Used to be.
I don't
George
know.
Thorogood and the Delaware Destroyers.
Well, let me ask you. What did you posted a permit, a picture of it? Was it for July 10th?
No, September.
September.
September 23rd. It's a Monday. We couldn't get Thursday, so we got Monday.
I noticed you didn't take advantage of scheduling it long before you get there until several hours after you expect to leave. You actually, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just curious as to why they don't charge you by the hour you schedule.
Sometimes they ask, why so long? Why do you need 5 hours to protest for home grow?
Because sometimes we get kind of high and we like to stop smoking for about an hour and a half before we drive off. Your turn.
And we're disabled. We move slow.
Yeah.
Disabled and stoned.
Disabled and stoned.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, it was that simple that the time Cheryl and I went to get arrested, and we got up and to the 5th floor and got out, and they tried to hurry us along for all the media could get up 5 flights of steps, because and some weren't even through. And when they tried to hurry us along, it was just so easy to say, no, I gotta bend Cheryl over and stretch her, otherwise she might have a spasm. But then I had the pleasure of looking the guy in the eye and go, you understand what I'm telling you, don't you? It was kind of fun. It was like skipped all the way through the, and they get your shine box moment.
Driving up here on the highway, I seen this sign. It says, leave it to fireworks to be lit. Don't drive high. Started laughing.
So, I saw that, and I didn't answer. No, Seth, I did my own actual answer, and I said, thank you, hi. Like I was saying hi, because it sounded like they said the whole thing and then went, hi. Hi.
Hi. Hi, back at
Because really, you say it like Curly likes to don't drive. Hi.
Yeah.
Right? That's what it says.
I thought that was funny.
No, it is, And you got to wonder, is there like one guy that comes up with this stuff that segues from something to, or do they take suggestions, Like maybe you could send to somebody have such a killer thing for an upcoming time where they want to say something like this and really nail it, and because how hard can they be to get in touch with, And then
Men that don't let you smoke pay somebody to make stupid jokes.
yeah. No, there should be I volunteer. No, this is just such a nice. Almost like the one thing we're missing is barbecue.
I'm glad you got the tent.
Yeah.
Sun's been killing me.
Yeah, so hey, how do you like your wheels now? Tell us about that. What do you got?
Oh, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I needed something new.
Yeah, sure you do. Man.
So I treated myself.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
You didn't like accidentally put a scratch underneath on purpose to break the jinx, like from a brand new perfect car, you know? Like, okay, there, it's not perfect. You never see it, it won't rust. Boom! I'm serious. I got one new car.
I never heard that.
First thing I did, and it was kind of funny because it not only didn't help, it didn't last the ride home. I celebrated with a joint back in the day. It could be like a explosion of a seed, and it was. And then I got a burn hole right in the console before I ever even got back. I was in my brand new, ready, Chevy Vega, a 1970
Whoa.
Chevy Vega, piece of history. Holy crap. Holy crap. And my brother Rick had a Pinto. You know. Really.
I have a 77 Dodge Monaco I'm trying to sell.
Oh, man.
Like $1,500.
Really?
Yeah, it runs.
Yeah.
Clean title.
I don't know.
Got a dab to
I
it?
do appreciate seeing cars I remember way back in the day, you know.
You got a dab ring and you not.
I mean, to me, just becoming aware of cars, because I wasn't born into a family of anybody that would use wrenches for anything, you know. So, but it was
I don't care.
the first one that made me go wow on top of everything else was Mustang, because it just had such an ass end on it, a distinct look, you know. And then I like that, and then I could finally recognize a car from any direction, and I mean, never mind that.
That's how I am. I can tell you what it is.
But then from then on, think about it. From then on, it was like, yeah, oh man, the Super Sport 396. Oh, look at that. What you know, and all those things. That was a pleasurable time of life, man. Cars would sound different going by.
And you can tell what it was.
Yeah, oh, you could, you know. There's an interesting, I don't know, I don't think it's Jay Leno, somebody with a big garage and has lots of cars.
Yeah.
But no, there's others. But this guy, one was with another guy, and he would be blindfolded, and he could feel the car all the way on the outside and do that, you know, and he could examine it by hand, and you'd hear what he would say, and it was freaking fascinating, you know. His guy's like a super sleuth. But then when he finally got in, and he could feel his way around, it was funny, you know. It was sort of like getting more, holy crap, how's he doing this, you know? I don't know. Then, you know, I mean, and again, one time I was picking up used oil filters, you know, 50-gallon drum, taking it away for one day a week and not being a carpenter, and that's really good. They like, I said, where's that can? They go behind the Buick, and go, I don't know a Buick from a hole in the ground, dude. What do you don't tell me behind the Buick, you know. And sometimes it wasn't so plain as a hole. You know, one time I said, or a snowy egret, but that was a nod to a Jack Nicholson thing in Witches of Eastwick. Whoa, all of that. Yeah, man. I'm ready for some more. What can I say?
You talk about the old cars. My ex-brother-in-law was a Mustang fanatic. My sister was in high school. She had a '67 Mustang with 351 Windsor in it. But
Oh, again.
he had a '70 Mustang that he used to burn 8.5 gallons of fuel driving from one side of Lakewood to the other. You'd have 1.5 gallons left in the fuel cell driving from one side of town to the other.
Man. Well, if it was new, that would have been about like 32 cents a gallon, depending where you get it.
Even still then, gas was under $1 a gallon. I mean, that fuel you were still paying then like $3 a gallon for.
No, I got my license in '69, and it was like around, you get about three gallons for $1, you know. So you'd get 4 other people go out somewhere, everybody ponied up $1 and maybe a couple quarters if the car needed to be washed.
I wish it was still like that.
The town we grew up in, Lakewood, you could everywhere gas was under $1, like right around 90 cents. We had a gas station in Lakewood, and I had friends that would see me pull up there if we were going racing, and would shit themselves because there was $3.50 gallon of gas then. We were buying. We had a Sunoco bias that had 102 octane on the pump. It was essentially race fuel you could buy at the
Again,
So when gas was 90 cents a gallon, you were paying over
get that.
today's prices. You were paying $3.50 a gallon for that stuff.
I got that one.
But they would be
Down
people
the
would be
middle.
dumbfounded. They would go $3.50 a gallon. That's insane.
Yeah, well, it's all number, and it's valued in so many other ways. It goes down this rabbit hole that you know what I'm waiting to hear sometimes in all discussions I hear people having all the time. I mean, one thing I've never heard anybody say was this: "Oh, now that you put it that way, I see what you mean." I agree. I've never heard anybody say that. So what the hell is the goal? I'm just saying that's a whole generalized comment. There's way more important shit to deal with, and unless you're gonna change an army of minds and get something done, you shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. You know, I gotta get upset about real shit. I get it, you know.
Oh, I fixed the problem.
If I were somebody else, I'd wonder how does Jim feel about being 72 now? And it's so liberating because the focus narrows down to like what your goals are, and the big you don't set them out far, you know, not really, you know, or get wheels into motion. But it's kind of liberating too. You don't have to give a shit what people think, you know.
I worked in a seniors home and assisted living home when I was 16, 17. We had an old guy there. He would grab all the girls' asses. And he would play dumb. And then he would tell all the guys, that's the beautiful thing of being 90 years old, is you could grab the girls' asses. It's the only time in your life you get away with grabbing a girl.
We were just talking about this.
I heard you on the way over talking about it.
Well, somebody grabbed his ass.
Yeah.
Who grabbed your butt?
Yeah.
Some lady at the nursing home.
Yeah, how old about?
90.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know.
Any other age, it's a perverted move. At that age, it's cute.
At that age, it's hey,
You're
whatever.
like, yeah, it's old lady.
Makes you happy? Okay.
Yeah, you look at her, you're like, yeah, she
I made
got
it
a-
happen.
Yeah, but in that moment, you could have gone, whoa, or something. To,
Hey now.
yeah, right, that would have been a good nod to Jeffrey Tambor. Oh, that's right, man. See, what the hell, man? I must not be that high. That was Gary Shandling's sign kicking. Hey now, he'd do that.
Hey now.
And it came right out. Damn, I wish I could capture this. Wait a second. Maybe it's just smoke more than I usually do. Is this what's going on? The more I smoke, the smarter I get.
Oh, sorry, Seth.
That's all right. I don't have to be that loud. You get a little,
No, when
there you go.
you had the mic
Yeah.
on your lap. I had to turn you down.
Gotcha.
That's why.
Yeah. This is just weird being here.
Are you sad?
Oh, where's my sample?
When's the last time you
feeling mad? That one cracks me up.
Yeah, well, geez, Seth, it was at least a full 2 years ago. I saw the opportunity that they were having whatever cannabis cup, and I'm not a good judge, and I know you would be, and it was really fun trying to parlay that in. All of a sudden, I passed that off on you, and you like kept good notes and new shit. You were a good cannabis cup judge, you know. And then all I got to do was stand next to you.
Oh, yeah.
Because every time you were done with something, it came to me, you know, and I wasn't the judge. I just got to get lit.
That was fun.
And I didn't have to keep any, you know, you were doing what you were supposed to there, you know. Yeah, but yet that was not real recent. It just really wasn't. I mean, I got a
3 years ago.
yeah, it was. You should. Yeah, you would have had to be there, man.
Years ago.
I can remember certain parts of it, but I just remember. And now, you know, it's just a couple more years down the road. But
I remember you left with a ton of roaches.
oh yeah,
All
man.
the extras.
Yeah, that's also part of the deal, you know. You know, when I used to go to Rob Robinson also, you know, when I used to go to New York Harvest Festival, I would say basically on behalf of Burton Aldridge, who's in a wheelchair, you know, that I had this. Everybody was like got pot everywhere, and I could say, hey, you could take a joint and put it in this a special, you know, we could have a spot, you know. But no, not just that. It's like when you're halfway done with a joint, you think about it, stub that fucker done, throw it in there, and then it's not insulting. It's to somebody who's here because they're a patient, you know. I say, you give them that, And they're not going to just say thank you for doing that, whether it's a big one. I mean, this is like some quality things going by. But they'll thank you again later on. It just won't be around. You know, it just seemed like it should get. And, you know, and then here's another thing. Here's a right on target here. What about the fact, okay, RSO, cancer, and everything you can possibly say about it, that when a person who hears that and goes, that's cool to know, has cancer, and they don't know where to go, and maybe they don't have money that it takes. So what happens is they know it's there, but they don't have money. And I find that one of the saddest things ever. Never mind because I'm a cannabis advocate. I'm just saying it's that freaking simple. And there should be something, and some of what could help. Well, you know, after this, we got to throw it away. Oh, no, we got to incinerate it. Oh, no, we got... come on. It could be something, you know, where use that, do whatever you got to do the best you can, get some sort of something that would at least resemble RSO, you know, and have something income-based right off. If you're on Medicare, free.
Yeah.
Boom. I mean, isn't that the Christian thing to do? I don't know what else to say. It has everything.
Instead of wasting it.
Yeah, but it's just there, and to know it.
I was like, I always forget.
You know.
Can't find them out here.
And then then you have to do your best you can. Who you gonna call? You ain't got no Ghostbusters. You know, and that doesn't exist. All right, there's something else we can't take care of, but I'm just saying, it hurts so much that it's like that, you know. And it costs what it costs. It is what it is, but oh my, it just still looks a little futuristic to me, you know. People setting up.
Yeah, I've seen that places too.
Yeah.
People just smoking like on picnic benches and stuff. Or like restaurants, and then they're older people, and they come walking in, and they're like, "I didn't like that strain."
Yeah.
Just like,
well, here, yeah, and but we're looking at like, oh, here, let me check this out. What it got? You know, and there it is. It's like I'm looking at, you know, several samples everywhere, and you know, even just the very few passerbys that there are coming like, what?
yeah, they're stopping,
Yeah.
checking it out.
Yeah. Anyway, how long does your permit last?
Yeah, New Jersey Smokers Club is here, and there
Yeah.
so all kinds of stuff going on here. And I have no idea what time the permit is.
No, but I have no real other plans. And getting back to, are we doing a 7 o'clock tonight?
I will know. I'm going to plead ignorance to all that.
Okay, well, anyway, I don't have, I'm ready to sit here and smoke as much as you think we should smoke.
Yeah,
Yeah. Look, Seth, you may or may not know, I don't like getting way overly smoked live, doing anything, and there's going to be a record, because, but I've only gotten, like, smarter and more articulate, and it's kind of freaking me out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, like, I'm not being asked to smoke too much at all. I was just saying, I'm a little disappointed. I never got close to a point saying, "Oh, no more. I can't have any more."
And take a quick picture of it, you guys.
You really got me.
Really got me.
Yeah, man. Seth is back.
There you go.
Yeah.
So
Took a bunch.
How you feeling, Seth? What's going on with your rehab and all your?
I'm still going to therapy.
Yeah.
Things are getting better. Like the one time I came here, I could barely bend it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just taking time.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
Well, if it doesn't get worse, even if it just stays the same, you can't quite abandon any therapy until it started up again. Get a little better.
they just say like keep up with the exercises.
Yeah.
Because when I go in, I can't get the full extension.
Yeah.
And then after the 2 hours, and I sit back on the bed, she'll like measure the extension, and it will be flat.
Yeah.
So if I just keep doing,
How long ago did the
surgery was,
the accident?
it'll almost be a year. August 21st of last year,
Wow. Yeah.
and then February 19th was the surgery.
So you got a first anniversary coming up.
Not a good anniversary.
No, it is. How good are you going to be by then? Seriously, when I hurt my feet, we did a minute video that with crutch and maybe some pain, and for a second I could finally get around, and made like about a minute video in the place where I broke them, and it was very cathartic, because for all I got residual effect, I can tell you this for all certainty. If I'm walking around and somebody can't tell that I have any issues at all, I mean any, I'm talking about I'm feeling it, and I do, and it's almost always after a good dose and some edibles. But when I do that, that's all I need, Now, if I drop something, I can bend over and pick it up. I can't squat down, but I don't.
I have that problem too. Or kneeling, I still can't kneel.
Oh yeah, but then you start finding workarounds, in your daily thing along with everything. But that's it, and so it's like then it's never bitching about anything. I'm just happy that I can do that. And the first time, and it took about a year before I could drive on my own.
Yeah, I have anxiety that like everywhere I stop, and I'm afraid someone's gonna rear end me. Like I'm looking in my rear view mirrors and stuff. It's scary.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you almost hear it.
I want to talk to you guys.
I almost hear it again.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing? Hey, grab this yellow mic here. You got
What's going on?
Hey, man, what's your name?
Noah.
Noah?
Yeah.
Nice. I'm Lefty. This is Jim.
Lefty, Jim.
Medman.
Yeah.
Medman.
Seth.
Hey.
I just want to say thank you for coming out here.
Yeah, it's
get
like
involved.
here's what you get to do. You get to do stuff we don't, and we just get to go, yeah, that's cool. I'm just saying, like within the confines of what he's doing, it's very refreshing to have somebody else doing the things that he can't do with a permit. So, and just hearing the audio, the homegrow parts especially, it was like it's gonna sound good. I mean, on a replay, I like watching. So good, man. And taking part, you get to do it.
Yeah, this is really fun. I'm really glad I got to come out here. I'm Jay, by the way. I never.
Hey Jay,
So,
what brings you guys out here? Like, what drives you? Like, do you know someone who's sick or needs homegrow?
I just really want to vouch for homegrow. I got arrested for weed when I was 17, and I really fuck with the trajectory of my shit in my life and everything.
Oh man.
And I had friends and shit that got arrested for weed too, but it was just like. My circumstances were really unfortunate, so I've always advocated for the legalization of weed, and just to see that weed has been legal in the state for almost 3 years, and we still can't grow it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let's back that up. You still can't even talk. No, you can't even talk about it with a legislator who will talk about it with you. They won't. So it's not like we still don't have it. There's bills for adult homegrow. There's bill for both. There's a bill for just medical.
Right.
There's bills to pick from. But the thing is that they just really don't want to hear it. So the fact that you're here because they won't hear it, and you're saying things in a manner that, well, you're going to hear, And, yeah, it was pretty refreshing for me, It was a very good background, too, sort of an effect, on anything we have to say.
Yeah.
But this is like right where it all happens too, So the homegrow for adults, this is all Senate President Nick Scutari, and it needs to focus on him because without a hearing, there's a bill, but without a hearing, it's done. It's stopped at the gate.
Right.
Yeah.
Nick Scutari won't hear the bill.
And he says, listen, we want to get the programming legalization up and running. Now, he says that because he gets to say that, and he's got some sort of ground. But the thing is, it doesn't have to be without, well, let's be ready for when it's up and running. Don't want to get it up and running and go, okay, now where were we? Oh, no. We can get that all ready. Just don't have the vote. Have it ready to go. Have whatever bill you're going to be behind. Have the committee hearing, for crying out loud, And then if the program starts sputtering, to life and whatever his parameters are, but the point is it all needs to be in his lap, So like basically, it's funny. Everybody calls him Nick Scutari, but when Lefty calls the office, he's Scutari. They say Scutari's office.
Scutari.
Yeah. And nothing, not for nothing, but I'm trying to label him with a nickname, Scooter. Scutari, Scooter. Scoots around patients. Yeah. So anyway, that's like the whole 10th year of coming here with a podcast.
Yeah, road dances.
The original podcast 10 years ago. Oh, we can get a remote hotspot. What the hell is that? Does anybody remember that?
Yeah,
Is
remember
that
the
a
remote
thing?
hotspot? Oh my!
Yeah. How long ago is that?
I'm using my phone right now.
Yeah.
Using my phone. What technology we have?
I'm,
Yeah, you can just pass that over.
I'm like some technological dinosaur. Like if I came from like the Back to the Future shit and then move, you know, all of a sudden I'm hearing stuff and like, you can do that? Really? I didn't know that. It's really cool.
Yeah, literally podcasting for 10 years.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
How
Can't
many-
believe it's been that long.
How many episodes?
Jim,
Well,
Jim,
we did 33 to 35 because we did every Thursday from like the beginning of April through the end of October.
You guys been out here for 10 years? Yeah. Someone say it's like 7-8 years ago. It's the first time I came out here.
So you know we did that, and then we did that for 3 years, and then again the quick version is I'm not a tireless advocate. I'm really freaking tired.
I work for local.
So he boiled it down to like once a month, fourth Thursday. You know, and I can always attend them, and he does other stuff everywhere. But then it's been going on that long, and back when we started, patients, card holding patients, we'd be out right in front of the State House, had to go across the street to Trenton side, not to the state controlled side. And then Trenton police could do what they wanted if they wanted, and the one or two times anybody stopped, patients that had cards went over first, and then they didn't make everybody, you know, blah, blah, they wouldn't really care. But it was always on the other side, so I would be holding down the fort when Lefty joined the patients on the other side at a podcast, and it'd be only me and a dozen people right across the street smoking pot. What the hell was that, man? You know?
I worked for local
Yeah.
government
Bunch of crap.
back then, so
Yeah.
I couldn't get a medical card because
Yeah.
that would have led to me being drug tested for the job I drove a vehicle for. And I used to hide from any pictures because if anybody saw it, that'd have been a drug test.
You know, I think I found out something about YouTube too. I you know, you can leave me alone. I'm gonna start touching stuff. You know, and I went to YouTube and I put on something, and I think I don't know if there's a problem with it or what, but it has some stuff up here, and since they were all over there, it looked like I was performing.
Mind if I sit?
So I put on John Blum Piano Boogie, and I mimed it because I know the piano boogie well. I don't play piano, and because they're all going to go there, I'm going to have some fun. Like, in other words, to mess with Lefty, because he's going to leave me alone and do this. And so I was playing. The problem is somebody else is walking down, and they thought I was really playing the piano because there's a whole thing when he has one hand free, and I'm miming like that, coming down. And I got snagged. I had to tell him, no, I'm only kidding. See? Music, hands. Yeah, so anyway, now. And then it was the Stephen Kaspillich demarcation line, which was, all it took was the realist in the group said, here's where we find out, and he lit a joint, and state trooper says, you can't do that, where can I do it? And he started walking with him, and he stopped right there. And he left, and then that's where we took that over. Like squatters, you know, like permit squatters.
like me, I'm squatting. For pain.
Yeah,
3
really.
years of podcasting.
Friggin' spasm just now. Spasm.
The sciatica.
Well, yeah, nasty. Nasty shit, man. That's why I smoke a lot of weed and do a lot of dabs. Because it helps.
Are you a medical patient?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Since 2013.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite dispensary?
Good question. Yeah.
Mad Hatter.
Mad
Where is that?
No, actually, it's either Mad Hatter or Liberty City in Matawan.
Which one has your new podcast?
Mad Hatter is going to have our studio there. So right
Wow.
now, yeah.
I'm just saying, if you want to wait the answer, you know.
There's a few things going on, but Liberty City reached out because they want to fix the wheelchair accessibility, and they want to help other places do the same. So we got all that. But as far as buying weed,
Yeah, that would be the point.
Do you use the legal market more or with the black market more?
no, I use the black market.
Oh,
But I
man.
do have legal jars that I fill up that I'm sure I fill.
As you should.
Yeah.
In case you get
It was November of a year and a half ago the last time I went to a dispensary, and it is absolutely about price, and it just became. It's more of a gray market. People are allowed to give me an ounce. You're allowed by law to exchange 1 ounce, no money.
Yeah.
Okay. No money, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more, say no more. Wink's as good as a nod to a blind man. I'm sorry, it's Monty Python, man. He had to be there.
Got to be old like us to appreciate money.
But it's just that there's not much of a look in your rearview mirror downside going on, because there's too many outs for anything that happens under 6 ounces. Are you going to actually zoom in on money changing hands or something like that? I mean, nobody cares anymore. It's like worlds colliding, where one's overwhelming the other. Kind of like a wave, You can only stay in a tube so long for that wave is done. That's about where it is now. Yeah, I like that. Man, I got to flash old school. There's a penalty if a joint goes out in your possession, and this came really close, man. My bad.
I'm putting a big ball of wax in here.
I just personally think it's a really big disappointment that
I have a Puffco at home.
dispensaries don't have the selection that people need. Like, people need strain-specific things, not like pussy papa rockers.
That's
that fits. You know what I'm saying? I never really even heard of that strain and stuff. They're just pulling out random stuff rather than strain-specific things that people need for medication.
I don't know if this
Like Breakwater, for example. I think that Breakwater is
You got yours,
a great dispensary because they have consistent selection.
The consistency
But
back when
a lot of dispensaries are just missing.
my problem was that
This is rosin.
you wouldn't have a guarantee of that
Your
being
name is
available
Matthew, right?
2 weeks later. So
Right?
I'd find something. Oh, I really like that.
Hold
Oh,
on, let
well,
Jim
we
take a
don't
breath.
have that now.
Right. Right.
I know.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, where did it go? Like, like, what am I supposed to do?
I mean, what do you got to do to make that happen with the window you have from the time it's stamped till you can't sell it? And then we just had an interesting conversation about that. The time that you can't sell it, okay, 6 months, but at the 3 months mark, can't you offer a damn sale to get rid of it by the 4 month mark?
Right.
Yeah, and it's sort of like too much gets wasted.
Jim's backed up with weed now.
And
Yeah, I love it.
And they don't.
No.
That goes that way.
They don't even grow the weed
Yeah.
to maturity.
I get this.
They grow for profits too.
Hey, Paco, if you're watching, thanks for the lighter. It works on a windy day.
Paco, shout out to Paco.
Yeah, this is a free,
A lot of the industry just wants to grow the plant quickly, just for profit. They don't care at all. They don't let it actually mature to where it needs to be, in order to get the full psychoactive effects, the full,
Oh yeah.
mind and body wellness. I'm rolling a blunt right now. You can pass it too.
Yeah, the simplest fact. I mean, it's never gonna move anybody, but it's just a weed. Okay, let's start with that. That's really all it is. So everything else stems well beyond that, but the absurdity of it is certainly not lost on me. And never mind my beliefs. My beliefs are I see nature and I try to operate within it, not against it. You know, I mean, I don't know. And I just liked it right now. There's really nothing any law authority is going to do. And when the state troopers honking because of the signs waving at Lefty, it's sort of like how bad they really want to. Yeah, but it's not enough. It's sort of like it's about the bills that are being stopped for home grow. But beyond that is for patients. There's also bills that aren't getting hearings that we testified at a health committee for last sessions, where pharmaceutical for the aged and disabled (PAAD) program would be able to subsidize the cannabis for patients because it's income based. And already to go, and something called senior gold. I guess I could apply for that. I think that's in case your income level. But I'm a Medicaid patient, so the thing is that should be an actual focal point. That that is the hardest one to defend. Why, when we have the program, we call it medicine, you're the pharmaceutical for the aged and disabled program, and we have a state law that defines that being a recommended a state registered cannabis patient, and pharmaceuticals, they need to be considered the same at legislative, designations, meaning.
Right. You can't even use your card.
Yeah,
it's
it's
not federally legal yet. It doesn't have the same backing. Doesn't have the same.
Yeah. So, but for the PAD to have to pay, I mean, in other words, they got it set up. Check this out. They're like, holy shit, we have to pay. How much is this? Because oddly, the same PAD paid for my late wife's Marinol prescriptions, a synthetic THC, and they paid like over $20,000 a year for it, which was, if I remember right, it was either 40. I'll feel better if I say 43 standard PAD. So if there was a cutoff point, Cheryl's medicine costs what the average of 48, would cost. So that might propel home grow thinking, okay, listen. If we allow home grow, that's going to take a lot of the burden off, And if they were real smart, they'd come up with rules where registered patients can grow and exchange with other registered patients. Just like, here's the weird part. For adults, you can exchange up to an ounce at no cost. For patients, it's medicine. You can't exchange medicine. Did you know that?
No.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No, I'm exchanging recreational cannabis when I exchange.
Yeah. Me too.
All the time.
Yeah. Well,
what?
I'm just saying that.
What the hell?
And also.
Damn. Fix the wheelchair access before you worry about this shit.
Right.
The minutia that you all deal with. How about the wheelchair access minutia of wheelchair accessibility?
Ooh.
That little detail of disabled vets getting into dispensaries. Maybe that's important. A little bit. Because you wouldn't have dispensaries not for disabled vets.
Yeah,
Same.
It doesn't have the volume of offended, aggrieved party.
Nope.
Which is,
Nope.
That's why they got you.
That's why they got you. Because they got us.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
I would not be.
Lefty, let me ask you something. What do you think about dispensaries that don't take medical cards as ID? They insist on seeing your driver's license. Well, patients don't have a driver's license.
That's
So
insane. I didn't know
they're
that.
certain dispensaries
All
are
right.
turning people away if you try to use your medical card, which is a state-issued ID.
Yeah, it is.
It proves your age and everything on it.
Yeah.
Photo of you. It satisfies
Yeah.
all the requirements. But some dispensaries are so locked in to just scan in the ID, right off the back.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the barcode.
So I can't speak for Jersey, but I know some other states you have to scan. You got to have a license or a scannable ID to
Now,
get.
see, that's something
even
I
into
could
the
I could take part in too.
I think Massachusetts, we ran into that, and one other state, you had to have a driver's license that they could scan in, that had the code on the back that they could scan. If not, you weren't allowed entry. My buddy had his passport, and they wouldn't let him in.
I think my med card has a barcode on it.
Mine does too. My doctor's office won't take it. They take a license. Like my doctor's office. I
Yeah,
tried
so
to give them that. They would.
Most likely, they're probably not
Yeah,
all
Seth.
tied into. They probably don't have a general system for that, where they already have the driver's license. All of that shit's there.
I'm ill-suited.
Because they scan them when you get pulled over. They scan your license.
My job is to keep up with Lefty. Actually, I thought my job to keep over with Lefty was ruined when Medman sat down and then proceeded to pick up where he left off. Now, either I'm getting more immune as I get older, or what?
I planned on dabbing all you guys out. That was my plan today.
Yeah, you wrecked me on that one, dude. You put like a half gram in that thing.
It's a huge.
Is that the 3D XL?
No, it's the old one.
Well, yeah, it's the peak. It's the peak Pro.
Oh, this
yeah, the
sucker.
chamber. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I love this chamber. It heats up real quick. It's nice and even. You put big fat dabs in there.
Yeah.
Snacks if anybody's hungry.
What you got? Mushrooms? Oh God.
Oh, no thanks. Sounds so good. Yeah, he also, he knows you can sneak up on somebody and say, here, who won't ask a question first thing in the day.
He thought it was weed. He thought it was a little weed pipe,
No, then I thought it was.
and he got a huge dab out of it. And he's like, "Oh,
What am I doing to myself
here,
here?
man." Jay, I got a question for you. When was the perfect?
I was 14 years old.
Is there a story behind it?
Yeah, I was in high school, and I was just like, yeah, I really want to do something cool, I guess. And I like met with like the bad kids that like all smoked
the
weed.
bad kid.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, like I want to really smoke weed, and they were like, all right, bet. So we all went to the mall, and then we smoked. Like there was a vocational school right next to the mall that we went to, and we smoked in the like kind of yard of that school.
On school grounds.
Yeah, on school ground. It was at
Oh,
night.
move.
At night on school grounds.
Wow.
Yeah. And there was a blunt, and I literally almost threw up just because it was like a blunt.
Yeah, no smoking.
And the first thing that I noticed was that my spit went farther, and that's how I knew I was high.
You know, you remember how something like that, thinking back, could actually be that fascinating? Also, I'm like, wow. You know?
Well, yeah, we all have stories.
Well, some of us had experiences that went like beyond where. No, I don't think it's working again this time. I'm going to where my friend has some beer, and it was like not far away, and at passing the light that would get you out of Silverton into Brick right there. Yeah, they had a driveway that it was the third telephone pole. You turned right in front of it. You couldn't see it coming. There was no reflectors, so. There, and I counted, but I forgot if I'd started or not, and I got all flustered because apparently I was high. So I had to play it safe. I went in front of what might have been the third telephone pole, but it was a second one, and it didn't hit any big trees, you know, like sapling stuff. I mean, like right off the road.
I was like, I might
So, like, if it was like there's no traffic, it would have been really funny. You know, but then it was like, oh no, now I go back up into traffic. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? And when it was just nothing happened, no repercussions, and it was like I was having a beer and I felt like a new door had been opened. You know, it was like pretty I don't know, it was my kind of fun. It took over for beer real quick. Well, they became kind of friends, you know. Cannabis is a dominant factor though.
That was your first time smoking weed? That was your first time?
Yeah. Well, it was like the second time, you know. And but that wasn't until I was like early in college. Nobody offered in high school, and you know, I graduated in 1970. So you know, I went to NC State, and that was right after that, though. You know, I went there and learned real quick that it was fun. You know, and it helped me study too. Weirdly enough, it was what would keep me at the books, trying to make sense of it. You know, but I do remember buying my first ounce. And it was $15, and it was not like buds. It was kind of ready to roll. So I bought a few packs of papers, and I went and sat down. And I had a pipe, so I'd get high. I couldn't wait to roll a joint. You know, I wanted. And then I rolled the entire ounce up, and I had out of that first one, I had
You
two.
rolled up a whole ounce?
Yeah, and I took two that were rolled okay, and then I broke them all open, and then I rolled up the remaining again. So I sat there rolling up an ounce, but not, you know what I'm saying, like just to get good at it. So it's sort of like I rolled.
Were they individual?
Yeah, individual into joints. You know, it was in that 32 joint range or something.
Okay.
Like for an ounce, maybe, if I can remember, low 30s.
Why would you? I feel like
Well, because the ones that sucked, I didn't want to smoke them. I didn't want to have anybody smoke them. What I wanted to be was the guy that when he said, "Hey, man, Jim, you want to roll one up?" And like I'm starting at the gate with a bunch of other people, you know what I'm thinking? Well, listen, everybody else went on home for Thanksgiving. I'm staying here in North Carolina State with Winston Rogers, and he has lots of pot. And, you know, anyway, it just was like, and it worked out to be that. Actually, I worked my way up to that when somebody wanted to buy something, they wanted me to come along and try it with them because I had this 3-toe test and everybody trusted me. I don't know if it's well placed or not. It's just it was a cool position. Hey, Jay, you want to come with me 3-toe test? Fuck yeah. Yeah.
What's your story? You have a first time you smoked weed?
Yeah.
Yes.
My brother was going to college. I used to like go visit him, He had a dab pen.
Where's what college?
The Rutgers, New Brunswick.
Yeah.
So I would just hang out with them, and I was
Party
like a 30-minute drive away, a little bit north of there, and we would just he would like offer me the dab pen. I'd be like, nah. And then one day I was like, oh, I guess I'll just try it. I hit it. Nothing really happened. And then I would hit it a couple more times. It wasn't until I actually hit bud for the first time that I was like, oh my God, I'm high as shit. Like, I don't know what's going on. I curse, by the way.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure. Fuck it.
It was crazy. I went to his dorm. My parents had dropped me off. He said, this is near the end of the night, he said his friend had a gravity bomb that he had made himself with like a socket on the top. So we all went down to the basement. It was his name was Eli. So we all went down to the basement because there were these like catacombs, this maze-like underground like tunnels at Rutgers.
Oh.
And so we'd duck into one of the back rooms, close the door. He would light it up. He gave me like half of the socket. He lit it up, filled up the chamber, lifted up it was 2 plastic water bottles. It was a little bit nicer than your, run of the mill
Functional.
shitty 2, plastic water bottle like the Dasani or whatever. But this one was kind of nice, and it was compact because you could flip it over and then screw the top on the other bottle and it would look normal.
Yeah.
So
Important.
he filled it up. I opened the cap. I took the hit. I was like, I'm fine. Let me get another half. So we filled it up again, lifted the bottle, filled the chamber, unscrewed the cap. I took the hit again. I walked up with all of them back up to the dorm room. I sat down in that wooden like rocking chair, and I like started dissociating. I had a cosmic brownie in my pocket from like the vending machine or something. All I could think about was that cosmic brownie, because the reality in front of me was like shifting. It was like moving back and forth.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, what is happening? And then my brain started like slowing down. I could only think in like one-word sentences. It was crazy. And I was like, so high. I could only like speak like that too. I was like so frozen in that chair, and like what seemed like eternity, it seemed like time was passing so slowly.
That's couch lock.
Yeah, that was crazy.
In the earliest days, by the way, just relative to the first experiences, I had a friend at North Carolina State that was from Jackson, so we were close together sometimes. And we would find some pretty good righteous weed, but then we would do it out in the woods, which was also a cross-country course. There's a trail through the woods. North Carolina State has a world-class cross-country team. So what we would do is we'd go out by the cross-country course about halfway at a bend, and then whoever was leading at that point, you wanted to separate them a little bit. It's actually in the second half. But as they got in the trees, you could hide behind one. So it'd be like right by the thing, and as they come by, you could jump out and go, ah! And it would physically throw them off. Nobody actually hit the dirt, But they can't stay and take issue because you already lost them about a second and a half, they can't take issue. So what happens is, you do it like several times, and it was just such a typical, I guess, stoner thing to do, but it was kind of fun being one to create it, I don't know it's ever been done before. Can't go running through where we do that.
Next question. What's your favorite munchie food?
Yes, everybody gets that question.
There's a Wawa right near my house right now, so I go there a lot. I like the triple-decker Aunt Debbie oatmeal cream pies.
Oh.
Those are good.
That sounds wonderful.
Frozen? Can you imagine putting that in the freezer for, 30 minutes? Oh.
Hold on a second, Lifty, Mike.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I've been cooking a lot, so I've usually just like make something like I make like fried rice or something like that. Shit is good.
Oh, yeah.
When you're just high as hell.
Yeah,
in the
but
kitchen, just
wouldn't that be
cooking.
based on what's quickest? I mean, to me,
If it's quickest, I'm just picking some ice cream. You know.
Yeah, no, that's true though. But so how much ice cream would I have eaten? You know.
Yes. I'm getting hungry now.
You know, I forget who it was, which comedian. I remember. It's Mitch Hedberg. You know, it takes an hour to make a baked potato, but when I'm hungry, I don't want to wait an hour. So sometimes I put one in on a speck. You know, but yeah, to me it'd be quickest. But in my case, you already know. It's the hot doodles. I like hot doodles.
Oh, yes.
Hot cheese doodles.
Hot Cheetos.
Yeah, well, you know, if it's a munchie, it's not about being healthy either.
It's about indulging.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
I love the munchies. You know, feels just great to eat. Fill your belly.
yeah.
Ice cream, Doritos. You know.
Yes. I got so stoned the other day that I actually had 2 Japanese dinners.
Wow.
I had an order of beef nagamaki, which was like,
Ooh.
you know what that is? It's like the little rolls.
Sounds good.
And it's rolled with scallions and onions. And
yeah.
I think you get like 12 of those. I ordered 2 of them, and I ate 24 of those suckers. Plus rice and...
The dangers of getting high.
I was ripped.
The dangers of marijuana. You just eat a shit ton.
2 dinners. I said, bring me another. He's like, yeah? I'm like, yeah.
I've had a lifelong relationship with it over
Where'd you
50
go?
years, so it's been kind of interesting.
In Florham Park, there's a place called Kyoto.
Kyoto.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I'll look that up.
There's also an all-you-can-eat place on Route 10 in East Hanover. All you can eat, and it's Korean, and you cook in the middle of the table. They bring out all kinds of cured beef, or whatever kind of beef you want. They have a list of 20 kinds of beef.
Wow.
And they bring it out to you. It's expensive. It's like $50.
Where did I go? There was this place in Philadelphia. Fogo de Chao. That place was cool. They brought out like big kebabs, cooked meat, sliced off pieces.
Yes.
I was so full.
Daniel Oa's here. Hi, Dan. Eddie, New Jersey. What's going on, buddy?
I'm good. I'm having fun. Good to see you guys.
Hey, dude. Nice.
How are you,
Good man.
Jim? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Yeah, I'm here. You know, it's good to support Homegrow. It's difficult,
Yeah.
the nature of these things, but you know, you soldier on.
Yeah.
You make progress.
Yeah. You know, you
Try to
keep
connect people with the art of politics.
showing up, and when you get right down to it, what's being asked of people is get out there, gather with like-minded people, smoke some cannabis, do some dabs. Everybody's legal. There's no threat. It's like go have sort of a gathering, minus
Right.
the barbecue. So it's not like we're marching somewhere.
Right, then we get like we're just like hanging
Yeah.
out here versus being angrily.
Yeah, but also there are always paths that will cross, right? You know, I mean, here you are, you know.
I was here.
Yeah.
I was definitely angry
Right.
protesting.
He
I was
was-
saying
he-
death
yeah.
to the
Bull-
MSOs.
I'm just
you
saying
know.
paths cross.
great.
So that's
Oh,
the
you gave
part
a
about
speech?
just,
Damn.
just showing up, you know.
No, I had the bullhorn before.
Showing
Great.
up's it.
You missed the bullhorn.
Damn.
I do have to skedaddle though, so I'm gonna get some food. If you want to hit this before I'm out,
Yeah, I'll take a hit off that.
Yeah.
What kind of weed is that?
I just bought it from one of the vendors over
That's
there.
the ceremony that alcohol
Right.
doesn't
Let
have.
me
Would you
let me,
like
let me
to
open
have-
my bag.
You know, it's like breaking bread.
The weed is called Grape Heaven OG.
Grape Heaven OG.
He's passing you the joint or the blunt. Excuse me. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Lovely.
so it's interesting. We got like two sides of the coalition. We got the legacy side. We got the legal side.
Yeah.
Two of us in the middle. When they had like the guys who had like the radical protest, we were not. It was not a legal protest. It was civil disobedience.
Yeah.
They planted like what 45 plants like this like square
Yeah.
here. Actually, where was it?
Right here. I'm sitting on it.
You know these spot? Was
right
it here?
behind, yeah.
Right here.
Oh shit! I'm sitting on it.
Yeah, everybody watch your heads though. This is only low today
watch
because of
your head.
potential winds, and the winds come, they don't get under this, man. Hey,
Shit.
that's a dropping in.
John, what's up, brother?
So anyway, there's a patient's National Patients Awareness Day on July 10th. If you're in town in Trenton, stop by.
Right, it's difficult. See, I don't know anything about 710. It seems like a very Western thing. It seemed, but then it's like another. It's like okay, we have a holiday to party, but like you guys are trying to make it mean something. It's like, what's the true meaning of Christmas? What's the true meaning of 710?
Yeah.
Well,
oil.
Besides the actual oil, I guess we're celebrating specifically oil products.
No,
that's what patients mostally need.
I see beyond it. This is
You really need like the strong shit as like a patient. Like a 10 milligrams is great for like a hit. To get like moms and like soccer dads like fucked up, but it's different if you need like patient like an RSO. Good seeing you, Mike. Like RSO is like strong shit, but that's like how you really cure and treat like stuff. Like Patrick Duff had a great story.
Oh yeah.
RSO. I've tried RSO. It's quite the thing.
Well,
I got inflammation myself, truth be told. So
That'll help it.
yeah, difficult. On the other hand, maybe not.
There's good ones in there. There's a couple of bad ones I didn't take. I didn't throw them away. There's good ones. This one here. Take that one right there.
Fuck it.
Yeah. Grapes are good.
So it's interesting, like this coalition, because we got like Andrea Rabel, Middlesex County was able to get like Joe Vitale, and that was like really good, like as like a patient story. So that's what like the idea is, like trying to get patients in, like in Newark for Teresa Ruiz. You get like a patient in Jersey City, like Rebeo and Persuade, like Angela McKnight. You got like Raj Mukherjee, like Hudson County, you could persuade him. Like you got like a patient or like a legacy guy there. So it's difficult, you try to build the coalition and like the politics of it. So like at NJCBA, it's like the suits type of thing versus the outside protest. It seems to be.
Thing is, the protest can be more focused now. It needs to be on having. In this case, both the medical, the Senator Singleton and Assemblywoman and Reynolds Jackson homegrow bill, they need to have hearings, and the fact that they've been denied for almost 3.5 years, the issue is having the hearings, not talking co-sponsors into it. It's about having the hearings, because to say there's no will in the legislature to do this, I would respond, there shouldn't be any will in the legislature, because where are they getting their information if not from, altogether now, an informational hearing? So to block the hearing is duplicitous. It's to keep the information from getting out.
Right, so like we can't get a hearing, so the idea is to get like more sponsors.
No, that won't work. That won't work. It's not about getting sponsors. It's about getting sponsors to getting people to say, hey, Senate President, we'd like to hear this in a committee hearing. There aren't people who, the co-sponsors of the bill who are Democrats can't do it. The Republicans don't do it because they're being disingenuous too, but it makes them look good. And that is just so unacceptable to say that there's no will to do it when there shouldn't be, because if a legislator is doing their job, they should say, I don't have any will to do that because I don't know enough about it. But if there was a hearing, I could tell you if I had any will to make it legal or not. But it's working. It's not even behind doors.
You got to do it behind closed doors to be able to get to the hearing point. They don't usually have like information in the hearings. Usually like a hearing is
you're talking.
They already agreed to get the bill passed.
No.
That's
The bill's there.
that
Okay, you tell me, when's the last time a bill's been heard that long without being allowed to be posted for anything to do cannabis?
Say that again?
When's the last time a bill was not allowed to be posted for a hearing, anything to do with cannabis at all? When was the last time it wasn't allowed to be posted?
Like, there's a lot of stuff like that never happens, or like that you don't hear about.
No, that's why I would be asking. I would be saying, not to you, but to legislators, when was the last time, that's happened? It's a hearing. To say there's no will, it's not just that, but it's a hearing on a health committee and a health issue. But not just that, it's a hearing where we are the outlier state, when in fact we should be saying, why don't you tell us what you're saving us from in other states? What's happening with patient home grow that you are protecting New Jerseyans from? What's happening with adult home grow that you are protecting us from? We have all these models out there. That's why we are the United States. Some try stuff, some for a long time. We get to sit back and take a look at it and go, what do we think? But no, we got a Senator Scutari says, when I get to Colorado, I'm going to look into it. No, Zoom meeting, dude, even I know that. Holy crap. It's the right in front of people deception that usually doesn't work for the side of the fence I generally sit on. It's frightening to me that all it takes is to say there's no will, and you get to turn away on a healthcare issue where people are going broke. And somewhere, the goddamn truth is there's somebody with a mile here right now crying out in pain because they can't afford their medicine, and the family's there, and the guy's, oh, my dad, he's a rock, why is he crying? That shit's going on. It's real, and patients need to know somebody's showing up for them, and we can do that just by showing up here today. Yeah, I get a platform that I don't give a shit if anybody listens to me. I get to vent a little bit. And that one was fun, you know.
People listen.
Yeah.
After the fact, sometimes they usually listen after.
No, I'm just stating fact.
But yeah, you'd be surprised who listens.
Well, I speak truth. It's why you end. It's why you end the podcast with the ode to remembrance, honoring those who took part in trying to make all this work over the last decades, who didn't get to see it, and it's not done yet. There's going to be more.
Well, speaking of that, a shout out to CMMNJ, Canasense, UFCW, JacksonStorms.com, Smoking Monkey, Arlo Glass, OpenMachine.com, Mad Hatter Dispensary in Avenel, opening up in a couple of weeks. There's going to be a 7:20 event there at night. 845 Route 1. 710. I said 720? I did? Really? Wow. Did I really? Yes. Nice. I got to replay that. How? How high I am.
So then.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Okay, I'm sorry. Take it easy.
You were easy to keep up with today.
Liberty City.
Disappointed.
Liberty City Dispensary in Mattawan. Great energy. Those guys are awesome. Yeah. Take me down to Liberty City, where the grass is green and the buds are pretty. Oh, please, please take me home. I'm going to make that a jingle for them somehow.
No, that was a jingle.
So what? What'd you say? What'd you say about my mama?
What you talking about?
Not your mama. Might be able to get the Mattawan politician that got cannabis the vote yes on your show.
Oh, yes.
You know who that is, right? That's my sister. She actually stunned me in a discussion a couple years ago, but she was the one person. She was always fairly anti-cannabis, and she looked at it logically as a representative of her town. She goes, we're a lot more educated as to what it is, and it's legal. For us to vote no is stupid. There's no possibility of benefiting from the tax revenue.
What's your sister's name?
Dina Gunn.
So Peter, one of the owners, had mentioned why he wanted a license, and he was talking to somebody, I don't know who, but could have been a council person. And they asked him, why do you want a license? And he talked about how a family member had cancer and he wanted to help other patients. And no, it was something about a fund. It was a secretary or something. But regardless, he's the real deal. And I love people that have real compassion, that they're in it for the right reasons. And that's awesome.
Listen, it shocked me. I mean, she's been a politician for a few years, but she's always been a very logical thinker. But
she might have heard him at the council.
She was fairly anti-cannabis.
Yeah, but when you see people suffering and it relieves the suffering,
yeah,
come on,
well,
no-brainer.
Even beyond that, like she agrees with legalization, but beyond that, as a representative of her people, She said it's stupid. Every town that surrounded them voted no.
Yeah. Yeah. All the towns around Matawan are no.
And that automatically opts you out for that set amount of years.
Mhm.
So you can't,
Yeah.
you know, if you vote no, that's it. You're out.
We got Old Bridge, Colts Neck, Homedale.
Yeah.
Who else is over there?
That, if I remember correctly, they approved, I
Yeah,
think,
natural
5
pose, Jim.
licenses. 3 of them
Natural
right in what
pose.
they call the train district,
Natural pose.
which is that little area that surrounds their train station, which benefits patients even more because anybody that lives in those surrounding towns that has a train station nearby can just jump the
Yeah.
train one stop.
So yeah, shout out to Liberty City opening up soon, and Mad Hatter soft opening. We'll be there podcasting from there soon, like very soon. Our list begins with Cheryl.
The list.
Cheryl Miller.
Strawberry cherry pie.
A list of people who took part in an end goal that they weren't there to see. That would be the way I would bring this, characterize it. Yeah. So chronologically speaking, yeah, she's a good place to start.
Then you got Sabina Rose, 15-month-old baby who died from a 25-hour seizure. She had Dravet syndrome. So I don't know if anyone out there has had a seizure, but if you had a 10-minute seizure, God bless you, but I couldn't imagine having a 25-hour seizure. That's insane. And they were in a catch-22 because the parents really didn't want to give her weed because it was illegal, and they could take your kid away, put him in a foster home. So they're waiting for the cannabis card in the mail. And the cannabis card was in the mail. It came 2 weeks after she died. And they made Sabina Rose go see a psychiatrist at 1 year old. Part of Chris Christie's regulations were you have to see a psychiatrist. So they sent a 1 year old baby to a psychiatrist.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of test could that be? It's
Like-
just trying to follow a regulation.
Yeah.
As ridiculous as it is. You know, that's what they got to do.
Diane, Gracie, Cindy May, Marie, Jack, Joan Ford, Randy Robertson, Polly, Bill, Chad, Jeremy, Colette, Matt, Troy, Russ, Roger Barber.
He was a central player nobody knows anything about.
No, he helped get cannabis use for kids in school allowed. His daughter had to use it in school, and his daughter had to go across the street 1,000 feet away to use her cannabis, then go back into school. And since she was developmentally disabled, she didn't know she was going home. She didn't know if she was going to school. It would confuse her. It would upset her. She would stress her out. That's not how you treat sick patients.
And not with a father who's also a lawyer, which Roger was a lawyer. And he did what it took. Yada, yada, yada. New Jersey became the first state to allow Schedule I substance cannabis on school grounds for everybody. And then he died of seemingly a heart issue. He lost some weight, and they're all just gone. They're all gone.
Lefty sleeping on the joint.
Jay, Ella, Hattie, Jackie, Anthony, Jake, Armando, Felicia, Lynn, Dan, Sean, Joyce, Lori, Frank, Brian, Flo, Carl, Thorne, Frank, Lorraine, Terry, Charlotte, Cher, Jaybird, Michael, Marley, Colette, Brendan, Red, Rico, Lulu, Becky, LaWanda, Chip, Paul, Lisa, Marcus, Gary, Jeff Oakes.
Man, some list. And many, many, many times more that we don't know, that we haven't crossed paths with, but they're there. The sad part of it is that, as you know, I tried to track the percentage of patients who died during a given year, and the Department of Health had to put those statistics up. So after about 3 or 4 years, they just stopped putting the statistics up. And even at that point, you know, it fell from 10% of the very first year to something that would indicate maybe 7%, I believe. But the point is there is a numeric representation of how many patients have died. You know.
Yeah, it was 10,000 a year, right?
Yeah, I mean, registered patients. How many registered patients have died? What are we talking about here? I mean, how important is it to deal with this subset of people?
Where's
I don't
those
know.
numbers?
Let's look and see how many died trying to get this shit done. It's not that hard, except for now they don't have to post it. No, what am I going to do? Start filing over requests and,
Yes.
and, you know, and
Yes.
shit.
Let's do that.
Not me. I'm not the guy that does it, but it should.
Let's do that. Who do we ask? Department of Health? CRC? Who gets those stats?
I don't know.
Probably CRC.
This is the part of the day where we're supposed to like get either angry or sad, and sometimes both. It's part of it.
Let's ask them, and let's invite them to next month's Cannabis Patient Awareness Day, and then we can maybe talk with them about this kind of stuff and wheelchair accessibility.
Yeah, well,
I want that.
Well, this is this ended up in a fun day.
This was a great day. Great day. Shout out to the New Jersey Smokers Club. These guys rock. Hey, where is John? Hey, John, can I ask you a question before we go? Before we go off the air, I want to ask you a question. You don't have to be on camera, but I want to talk to you though. What's your favorite munchie food? Chocolate. There you go. I need some chocolate now.
Almost got away.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it for today.
Yeah.
I got to pack up and go to Mad Hatter, actually. Hopefully they're still there. I'm late.
Well,
but I didn't want to rush because I'm having fun. So whatever time we get there, we get there. I'm good.
I never even tied my shoes today. Give me some scissors. I'm going to go for a run.
Hashtag Jeff's Law. Hashtag they shall grow.
Huh.
See you next time. They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. Uh-oh. Knew that was going to happen.
Well, just do the 4.
They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn.
Yo,
At
Victor!
Going down of the sun.
We will remember them.
In the morning. We will remember.
We got it. We got it?
Yeah. And in the morning.
And in the morning we will.
That's it. And, you know, listen, doing this, it's a tribute to the fact that we can memorialize them while having copious amount of cannabis in our system doing so.
Well, I'm glad I looked at the chat here.
Yeah.
Peter Simpson from Liberty City Dispensary says, if New Jersey adds the barcode to the medical card similar or the same as a state ID or New Jersey driver's license, it should be good to go. Hopefully that would not raise the cost of medical cards. That's interesting. Why not use the same barcode for your license on your medical card? And then you could do all the things that have it in symmetric with each other, have them in sync. With
Well, okay, I don't have to understand it to know that what you're saying actually is doable. And
Right.
if you understood it and or somebody else understands, and I'm part of a team, I don't have to know
I like that idea.
how you got there. I trust that that sounds.
If
that
New
sounds
Jersey
good.
adds the barcode
Yeah.
to the medical card, like the state ID.
Yeah.
Or the driver's license, so that's good. Or just add it to the system, I guess. But they could fix that. It just takes time and money and someone to push the button. Push the button.
Well,
Push the button. Here, I'm going to push the button. It says end stream. I'm going to push the button.
Boom.
See? Anything last? Any last words?
Boop, boop, be-doop.
Boop, 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 boop. Nope. All right.
Oh, man.
Peace out, everyone. See ya.
Huh.